Dzień dobry Państwu, witam bardzo serdecznie. Bardzo dziękuję na początku za tak liczne przybycie. To bardzo miłe. Dziś, moi drodzy, mam nadzieję, że wszyscy już są po pierwszej kawie z otwartymi głowami, głodni wiedzy, ciekawi świata. Tym bardziej, że dziś będziemy rozmawiać o mikropoświadczeniach, które tylko z nazwy są w wersji mikro, a mają, uwierzcie mi, wielkie znaczenie, o czym przekonacie się już za chwilę. Mamy na sali innowatorów, mamy ekspertów, mamy ludzi z instytucji, których nazwa kończy się na europejska. Co oznacza, że będzie śmiertelnie poważnie, ale taka moja w tym rola, żeby aż tak śmiertelnie poważnie nie było, żeby było trochę od czasu do czasu i luźniej, i mniej sztywno, i przede wszystkim z dużym uśmiechem. Ja nazywam się Paweł Orlański, tu przepraszam, delikatna prywata, bardzo serdecznie pozdrawiam panią, którą poznałem przy kawie. Nie jestem Hubertem Urbańskim. Naprawdę nie mam pojęcia, jak potoczą się dalsze losy milionerów i dlaczego znikają z anteny TVN. Nie wiem, ale obiecuję, że jak Huberta spotkam, to dopytam. Nazywam się Paweł Orlański, jeszcze raz to podkreślę, od 18 lat prowadzę program popularno-naukowy Galileo, gdzie również, tak jak wy, przyglądam się światu z różnych perspektyw, wyszukując to, co innowacyjne, to, co zaawansowane, to, co czasami ekstremalne i kuriozalne, a bardzo mnie cieszy fakt, że zarówno dziś, jak i jutro będę patrzył na świat, no właśnie, z perspektywy mikropoświadczeń. Konferencję organizuje Instytut Badań Edukacyjnych, Państwowy Instytut Badawczy, a wydarzenie jest częścią takiego bardzo fajnego projektu mikropoświadczenia, pilotaż nowego rozwiązania wspierającego uczenie się przez całe życie. No w Polsce modne jest, nie? Uczenie się przez całe życie. Dobrze, czyli to jest taki edukacyjny multitool. Coś dla nauczycieli, coś dla studentów, coś dla pracodawców, coś też oczywiście dla tych, którzy na przykład często zmieniają branżę. I uwaga, teraz tak zwana legalowa formułka, przeczytam to bardziej rozpoznawalnym, reklamowym głosem. Projekt jest współfinansowany z funduszy europejskich. Fundusze europejskie dla rozwoju społecznego. Czyli tak już zupełnie poważnie można powiedzieć, że nasza wspólna edukacja ma mocne unijne fundamenty. Nie wiem, czy widzieliście kawę, też mamy z logo Unii Europejskiej. Nie, żartuję z tą kawą, przepraszam. Wybaczcie, mówię, tak to mniej więcej będzie wyglądało od czasu do czasu. Moje skoszone poczucie humoru będzie po prostu się ujawniało, musicie mi to wybaczyć. A teraz już zupełnie poważnie, słuchajcie, na dobry początek głos. Głos od kogoś, kto na edukacyjnych pieniądzach naprawdę zna się lepiej niż niejeden skarbiec. Pani Monika Sikora, podsekretarz stanu w Ministerstwie Funduszy i Polityki Regionalnej, ma dla Państwa przesłanie. Nie mogła być dzisiaj z nami osobiście, ale na tę okoliczność, na tę okazję nagrała coś dla Państwa. A sami wiecie, że obraz jest wart więcej niż 1000 słów. No to posłuchajmy.
Szanowni Państwo, jest mi niezmiernie miło powitać Państwa na dzisiejszej konferencji. Chciałabym przede wszystkim podziękować Instytutowi Badań Edukacyjnych za organizację tego wydarzenia, a przede wszystkim za podjęcie się realizacji projektu, którego celem jest wypracowanie polskiego podejścia do mikropoświadczeń. Jako Ministerstwo Funduszy i Polityki Regionalnej zdecydowaliśmy się przeznaczyć środki z programu Fundusze Europejskie dla Rozwoju Społecznego na ten właśnie cel. W Polsce stawiamy na innowacje społeczne. Pozwalają one przetestować nowe podejście do wybranego wyzwania społecznego, wydajniejsze, bardziej skuteczne, trwalsze od dotychczasowych rozwiązań. Ponadto kluczowe jest również w ramach pilotaży takich rozwiązań podjęcie współpracy z podmiotami publicznymi i komercyjnymi, które w realnym środowisku sprawdzą i zweryfikują nowe pomysły. Dlatego też takie podejście do poszukiwania najlepszych rozwiązań w zakresie potwierdzenia uczenia się przez całe życie wydaje nam się najwłaściwsze. Uważam, że powszechne korzystanie z mikropoświadczeń to właściwa droga do tego, by w wygodnej, cyfrowej formie potwierdzić zdobytą wiedzę i umiejętności oraz by odnaleźć się na rynku pracy doświadczającym głębokich przemian i transformacji społecznej i technologicznej. Wierzę, że dzięki realizacji tego projektu uda nam się zbudować zaufanie do mikropoświadczeń, a następnie wdrożyć to innowacyjne rozwiązanie na szeroką skalę w edukacji i na rynku pracy. Bardzo cieszę się, że dzisiejsza konferencja umożliwi wymianę doświadczeń ekspertów z różnych krajów i w zakresie wielu zagadnień. To pokazuje ogromne możliwości, jakie daje nam zastosowanie mikropoświadczeń, ale też wyzwania, przed którymi stoimy, aby to umożliwić. Życzę Państwu owocnych obrad i do zobaczenia.
Drodzy Państwo, to była pani Monika Sikora, podsekretarz stanu w Ministerstwie Funduszy i Polityki Regionalnej, a teraz, no właśnie, na żywo, bez dubli, z pełną mocą. wystąpienie gospodarza dzisiejszego spotkania, bo tak jak ja mówię, ja jestem tylko prowadzącym, gospodarzem jest ktoś zupełnie inny. Jest to człowiek, który wie, co w edukacyjnych danych piszczy i wie najlepiej, co się tam dzieje. Przed Państwem dyrektor Instytutu Badań Edukacyjnych, doktor habilitowany Maciej Jakubowski. Zapraszam serdecznie.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Jest włączony.
Szanowni Państwo, bardzo krótko, bo mamy lekkie opóźnienie. Mikropoświadczenia to jest przyszłość, ale to jest narzędzie. Chciałem powiedzieć, że to jest bardzo dobre narzędzie i cały zespół w Instytucie wierzę, że robi to na najwyższym światowym poziomie i też widzimy, że wielu gości z zagranicy przybyło na dzisiejszą konferencji, co też potwierdza, że gramy w tej pierwszej światowej lidze, co mnie niezmiernie cieszy. Natomiast jest to narzędzie, które my chcemy wykorzystać do pewnego celu. Pan tutaj wprowadzając powiedział, że jest moda na uczenie się przez całe życie. No właśnie nie do końca. Znaczy, widzimy, że Polacy przez to całe życie się nie uczą, znaczy ci, co widzą wartość w uczeniu się, to znaczy pewne osoby, które pracują tutaj, one na pewno całe życie kształcą się, będą się kształcić, są tym zainteresowane, nie trzeba ich zachęcać. Natomiast gro Polaków jednak po skończeniu szkoły, po skończeniu studiów, po skończeniu szczególnie szkolnictwa zawodowego w tej edukacji nie uczestniczy. I to chcemy zmienić, chcemy im to ułatwić, chcemy ich do tego zachęcić. I myślę, że to narzędzie, które tutaj powstaje i jest pilotowane właśnie w różnych aplikacjach, no nie tylko zapewnia ten, powiedziałbym, taki komfort technologiczny, bezpieczeństwo, budzi zaufanie, ale też ma być tym narzędziem, które spowoduje, że to uczenie się przez całe życie będzie bardziej dynamiczne. Już pilotujemy te rozwiązania na poziomie szkolnictwa, na różnych poziomach szkolnictwa, także w szkołach. I to jest też niezwykle ważne. To wiąże się też z reformą edukacji, którą przygotowujemy. Jej podstawą jest to, że uczniowie biorą sprawy w swoje ręce, że nie są tylko wykonawcami takiego programu, który jest zaplanowany w szkole. Biorą sprawy w swoje ręce, czują się sprawczy, czują, że mogą coś dokonać, a mikropoświadczenia trochę im w tym pomogą. I też takie narzędzie właśnie pilotujemy. Dzięki tutaj uprzejmości i też radości zespołu do testowania różnych innowacji. I myślę, że to będzie uczenie się do uczenia przez całe życie już od najmłodszego i mamy nadzieję, że te kolejne pokolenia będą już przyzwyczajone do tego, żeby z mikropoświadczeń korzystać, żeby kolekcjonować te różne kwalifikacje małe, duże, które zdobywają przez całe życie i budować swoje takie portfolio. To jeszcze na koniec powiem, jest niezwykle ważne w świecie, w którym nie tylko widzimy te przemiany ekonomiczne, ale w ogóle tak naprawdę nie wiemy, co będzie następnego dnia. Ostatnie wydarzenia na arenie międzynarodowej, które wpływają i na gospodarkę, i na społeczeństwo, i na migrację, na wszystkie te megatrendy, pokazują, że tak naprawdę nie do końca wiemy, czego oczekiwać. Tak samo zmieniać się będzie edukacja. Ja już dzisiaj rano byłem na Uniwersytecie Warszawskim, mogę Państwu powiedzieć, że my to po prostu widzimy i czujemy, że coś się musi zmienić, że ta edukacja, jaka była w tradycyjny sposób, gdzie pracuje się te parę lat na jeden dyplom, nie do końca ma już rację bytu w takiej formie w dzisiejszym świecie. Ja jestem zwolennikiem tradycyjnie rozumianej edukacji, czyli takiego przysiągnięcia do nauki, zdobywania wiedzy i tak dalej. Natomiast widzimy, że nowe pokolenie oczekuje już właśnie czegoś w rodzaju mikropoświadczeń. Oni jeszcze nie wiedzą, że to istnieje pewno, jeszcze tego nie używają, ale już w głębi duszy są gotowi i myślę, że bardzo się ucieszą, jeżeli im takie narzędzia do ręki damy, bo oni właśnie chcą zdobywać takie mikrokwalifikacje, chcą żyć w tym świecie cyfrowym, chcą rozwijać się wedle ścieżki, którą sami sobie ułożą z takich małych cegiełek. Także bardzo się cieszę, że Instytut Badań Edukacyjnych, Państwowy Instytut Badawczy jest gospodarzem tego projektu, a tutaj chciałem podziękować całemu zespołowi, liderowi, ale też wszystkim innym, którzy pracowali ciężko, nie tylko na tą konferencję, ale pracują nad całym projektem. Dziękuję bardzo.
Bardzo pięknie dziękuję. Bardzo dziękuję, że mnie Pan wyręczył, Panie Dyrektorze. Dyrektor Instytutu Badań Edukacyjnych, doktor habilitowany Maciej Jakubowski rozpoczął, jak przystało na gospodarza. Drodzy Państwo, mówiłem, że będziemy o mikropoświadczeniach mówić w przeróżny sposób i patrzeć na nie z różnej perspektywy. Oto pierwsza z nich, no właśnie, spojrzenie z Brukseli, a konkretnie z Komisji Europejskiej. Przed nami nagranie od osoby, która wie tak naprawdę, jak mikropoświadczenia wyglądają z lotu Eurofunduszu. Posłuchajcie pani Anny Bańczyk, przedstawicielki Komisji Europejskiej.
Good morning and welcome to all the participants of the Warsaw Microcredentials Summit. My name is Bańczyk and I'm Head of Unit responsible for Vocational Education and Training and Skills Portability in the European Commission. I very much regret not being with you in person, but would like to thank the organizers for this opportunity to address you in a video message and tell you how important microcredentials are from European Commission's point of view. In June 2022, a Council recommendation was adopted on a European approach to microcredentials for lifelong learning and employability. This EU approach proposed for the first time a common way to go about microcredentials by establishing a common definition, 11 European standard elements to describe a microcredential, and 10 European principles to follow when designing and issuing a microcredential. With the new Commission, the Union of Skills Communication confirms the value of microcredentials. The Union of Skills is one of 3 major initiatives presented by this Commission within the first 100 days, alongside the Competitiveness Compass and the Clean Industrial Deal. These strategic documents highlight that skills are a key enabler of our competitiveness and emphasize the urgency of addressing the skills and labor shortages in the EU. The Union of Skills Communication sets out a holistic vision and plan. It seeks to promote a union of all skills at all levels, at all stages of life, no matter how they were acquired and without borders, and to ensure Europe successfully retains and attracts talent. Specifically on microcredentials, the idea under the Union of Skills is to expand the use of microcredentials as flexible learning solutions in line with the European approach, and to ensure that they are trusted, understandable, issued digitally and comparable across sectors and countries. This will require actively engaging all types of microcredentials providers, notably private training providers, on top of education and training institutions. Where relevant, microcredentials should be linked to national qualifications frameworks and through those to the European qualification framework to make them more comparable and trusted across borders. Guidance on quality assurance instruments will enhance trust in and take up of microcredentials in recruitment processes. The aim is also to increase the number of joint microcredentials issued by centers of vocational excellence, European University Alliances and EU Skills Academies, and to promote their business use in recruitment and career promotion, focusing in particular on strategic sectors. The expansion of the use of microcredentials in line with the EU approach contributes to the Union of Skills in 2 main ways. On the one hand, due to their flexible and targeted and short nature, microcredentials can facilitate access to quality lifelong learning for all. On the other hand, they can facilitate a way to signal and to understand skills in the labor market. In the end, a microcredential is a record of the learning outcomes that a learner has acquired following a small volume of learning. In this way, microcredentials are very relevant for one of the flagship deliverables of the Union of Skills, the Skills Portability Initiative, announced for delivery in 2026. In any case, to build up trust and deliver on their potential and ensure their quality, it is fundamental that all relevant stakeholders are engaged in the process of designing and issuing microcredentials from the beginning. This includes employers, trade unions, learners, local authorities, education and training institutions, NGOs, and public employment services. In this sense, the Warsaw Microcredentials Summit is a great opportunity for such a stakeholder engagement to take place. From a European Commission perspective, we keep working for expanding the use of microcredentials as flexible learning solutions in many ways. We are currently working on developing new content on our website to better disseminate the EU approach to microcredentials and some tools that can be useful for those working on them. We are finalizing a report on the state of implementation of the Council recommendation on microcredentials. We support many projects with funding, like the one in the context of which this conference is organized. There are now 17 projects running on microcredentials co-funded by the Erasmus+. We support the issuing of microcredentials in a digital format through the European Learning Model as semantic standard. We have organized 3 peer learning activities on microcredentials. The latest one took place in May, and the focus was on the role of engaging stakeholders and of quality assurance for delivering on the potential of microcredentials. We are currently working on a synthesis report that will be soon available on our website, together with the reports of previous peer learning activities. With all this work, the EU wants to keep supporting the expansion of microcredentials as flexible learning solutions in line with the European approach to ensure that they are trusted, understandable, issued digitally, and comparable across sectors and countries. I would like to wish you a fruitful and engaging meeting and look forward to learning about the outcomes of your discussions. Thank you very much.
Brawa są zawsze mile widziane, tak jest. Bardzo serdecznie dziękuję. Drodzy Państwo, teraz coś, co tak naprawdę chyba lubimy najbardziej. Konkret, praktyka i lekki storytelling, czyli polska droga do mikropoświadczeń. Będą dane doświadczenia, no i przede wszystkim wizja na przyszłość. Bardzo serdecznie zapraszam na scenę Michała Nowakowskiego, lidera projektu mikropoświadczeń z Instytutu Badań Edukacyjnych, Państwowy Instytut Badawczy.
Dzień dobry. Słychać mnie? Słychać. Ja sam się słyszę. To bardzo ważny dla nas moment, że spotkaliśmy się w tak ważnym, wielkim gronie i w gronie, nie boję się użyć tego słowa, przyjaciół, którzy pracują z nami w Polsce, którzy pracują w Instytucie Badań Edukacyjnych, przyjaciół z zagranicy i wielu znajomych, którzy tworzą to z nami. I jeszcze raz od nowa, dlatego że te mikropoświadczenia cały czas trzeba odkrywać od nowa, o tym troszeczkę będę dzisiaj mówił. Ale tak naprawdę będę mówił o tym, że mikropoświadczenia to nie jest droga na skróty. To nie jest nic łatwego, to nie jest spacerek wzdłuż plaży, spokojnie, bez żadnych górek. To jest czasami trochę tak jak wyprawa na Mount Everest albo na K2 w zimową porą. To jest coś, co będzie, gdzie mogą być ofiary, gdzie może być wiele zakrętów i gdzie może być bardzo wiele różnych sytuacji, których się nie spodziewamy. I tak naprawdę nigdy nie wiemy, czy gdzieś dojdziemy. Moim zdaniem w Polsce jesteśmy już gdzieś w połowie tej drogi, ale jeszcze jest bardzo, bardzo cały czas daleko. Jeżeli wybieracie się w bardzo wysokie góry, to musicie znaleźć instytucję, która wam pomoże. Nie zrobicie tego sami. Przynajmniej niektórzy sobie może nie zdają z tego sprawy, my zdajemy z tego sprawę. Ja zajmuję się mikropoświadczeniami od przeszło 11 lat. I próbowałem w różnych instytucjach, ale zrozumiałem, że żeby naprawdę to się udało, to musi być Instytut Badań Edukacyjnych, który jest absolutnie bezapelacyjnie najlepszym miejscem w Polsce, żeby się tym zajmować. Znamy się na edukacji, mamy wielu ekspertów, mamy tą świadomość tego, że nie trzeba się bać, że trzeba spróbować. Czasami może się nie udać, ale że trzeba próbować, bo zmiany w edukacji są zawsze bardzo trudne, bardzo pochłaniają bardzo dużo kosztów, ale są warte tego, tak? No bo cóż jest więcej warte niż to, żeby nasza młodzież, nasze dzieci, czy my wszyscy, bo o uczeniu przez całe życie mówiliśmy też, mogli się rozwijać. Także to jest najważniejsza rzecz. Więc jeżeli idziecie w góry, wysokie góry, pogadajcie z kimś, kto się na tym zna i pogadajcie z kimś, kto może wam w tym pomóc. I ja się bardzo cieszę, że ten projekt udało nam się zdobyć finansowanie w Ministerstwie Funduszy, natomiast robić to mikropoświadczenia w IB, bo inaczej mogłoby to się nie udać. A wiem, co mówię, bo już próbowałem w innych instytucjach i to nie było to. Jeżeli idziecie w taką wyprawę, w te wysokie góry, to musicie czerpać z kogoś inspirację. Nie da się zrobić tego samego. Musicie zobaczyć, czy ktoś tam już był. Ja nie wiem, czy ktoś już szedł na to K2 zimą w mikropoświadczeniach. Może są tacy, co myślą, że tak. Mnie ciężko powiedzieć, ale na pewno są tacy, którzy próbowali wcześniej niż my, albo którzy mieli świetne pomysły, jakieś nowe wejścia, więc tu jest właśnie takie community, jak to się mówi, ta społeczność, która pokazuje, że jest bardzo wiele sposobów, jest bardzo wiele różnych miejsc, gdzie można stanąć, gdzie można odpocząć, z kim można porozmawiać i to też jest wspaniałe. Na wszystkich eventach, na których jestem, to widać i ja nie chcę tutaj nikogo wymieniać z nazwiska i z imienia, dlatego że bym kogoś pewnie zapomniał, ale na sali jest wiele osób, które były dla mnie inspiracją, które były dla nas inspiracją i mam nadzieję, że po tym evencie my też taką inspiracją dla kogoś będziemy. To się zaczęło w 2013 roku, kiedy ten standard został przez Fundację Mozilla zaprezentowany. Ja gdzieś już byłem, tak mniej więcej w okolicach, oczywiście jako absolutny żółtodziób, który nie wiedział, co to jest i tam dopiero tłumaczono mi. I przyznam się z takim troszeczkę wstydem, ja w to nie uwierzyłem od razu. Jak gdyby, jeżeli spotykam kogoś, kto mówię mu przez 5 minut, byłem na przykład niedawno na jakimś takim biznesowym śniadaniu z prezydentem jednego z polskich miast i on mówi, a co robicie? No, WIBE pracujemy, robimy mikropoświadczenia, a co to jest? No, zadał mi 5 pytań i on nagle sypie pomysłami jak z rękawa, o których my myślimy od lat. I ja mówię, kurczę, jak zazdroszczę komuś, kto tak szybko zrozumiał, co to jest, bo ja miałem swoje chwile zwątpienia. Pomyślałem, że to jest może trywialne, może jest, ale dlaczego byśmy mieli to? Edukacja czasami jest trywialna, czasami składa się z małych kroków, czasami się składa z bardzo małych cząstek, które tworzą wielką całość. Więc nie bójmy się tego, że czasami to będzie trywialne, dlatego że każdy proces zaczyna się od pierwszego kroku i te pierwsze kroki też trzeba wykonać. A jeżeli mikrodoświadczenia pomogą komuś, żeby ten pierwszy krok wykonać, pokażą mu tą jego ścieżkę, to może być to bardzo, bardzo piękne. Więc ja dziękuję tym wszystkim, których nie wymieniłem, ale mam ich w głowie, którzy nas inspirowali. I mamy nadzieję, że będziemy razem tą inspirację tworzyć dalej. Jeżeli wybieracie się w taką długą podróż w te góry, to potrzebujecie troszeczkę szczęścia. I nam na przykład bardzo pomogła pandemia, pomogło nam ten ruch światowy dotyczący MOOC-ów, czyli Massive Online Open Courses, tak? Czyli to, że wyniesiono na troszeczkę inny level edukację online, bo wcześniej to było takie... To coś było, ktoś tam coś powiedział, jakieś były materiały, ale to nie było to. A w momencie, kiedy powstały MOOC-i, powstały takie platformy, jak tutaj też ich nie chcę wymieniać, ale wszyscy wiedzą, jakie one są, których można na wysokim poziomie uczyć się w online asynchronicznie. Nie trzeba robić tego z klasą. Są fora, można się porozumiewać. Także to na pewno nam pomogło i to jest takie paliwo dla mikropoświadczeń, które się tworzą. No, na całym świecie już absolutnie chyba nie ma w edukacji kogoś, kto nie słyszał o mikropoświadczeniach. Jeżeli wybieracie się w te góry, potrzebujecie czasami troszeczkę szczęścia. Musi być dobra pogoda. Teraz jest dobra pogoda dla edukacji i dobra pogoda dla mikropoświadczeń. Jeżeli wybieracie się w wysokie góry, potrzebujecie również czasami jakiejś takiej pomocy z zewnątrz, wsparcia i ja jestem naprawdę dumny z tego, że polskie państwo rozumie ten problem, że to nie jest tak, że gdzieś ktoś mówi, że zobaczymy, albo jeszcze nie teraz, albo zrobimy legislację i róbcie sobie co chcecie. U nas w Polsce tak nie jest. U nas w Polsce jest tak, że różne ministerstwa, czy edukacji, czy szkolnictwa wyższego, czy funduszy pytają nas o to, wręcz wymagają od nas od tego, żebyśmy to robili. Oczywiście na różnych poziomach i w różnych kontekstach, ale to nie jest tak, że w Polsce na tych wysokim szczeblu nie rozmawia się o mikropoświadczeniu. Rozmawia się i jest to takie bardzo, bardzo budujące, że ktoś nas cały czas wspiera. Natomiast oczywiście, żeby wybrać się w tą podróż, potrzeba jest kogoś, kto będzie szedł razem z nami, tak? Ktoś, kto będzie chciał mieć wspólny cel i tych instytucji, które mają ten wspólny cel. W pierwszym projekcie, który był realizowany do 2023 roku, było około 40. Teraz ich jest już 27, czyli to już jest około 70 instytucji. Natomiast to nie jest koniec. Tych instytucji pewnie do końca tego roku albo na początku przyszłego będzie około 100. I to jest bardzo dobra baza. I to nie są instytucje tylko wielkie, to są instytucje małe, to są mikroprzedsiębiorstwa, to są fundacje, to są instytucje z bardzo różnych sektorów, chociaż my akurat mikropoświadczenia pilotujemy w sektorze ICT, ale w umiejętnościach ICT właściwie, a nie w samym sektorze. Także to może być, mamy banki, mamy organizacje i to są, ja nie chcę tego wymieniać, chodzi o to są niektóre z odznak, które my stworzyliśmy podczas naszego pilotażu. To jest w ogóle ten element, wprawdzie wszyscy pewnie tutaj wiedzą, to są open badge, to jest ten piękny element, że one mają jeszcze tą grafikę, mają jakość za sobą, ale można je pokazać, można się nimi pochwalić. Ci, którzy wiedzą, o czym ja mówię, to wiedzą i one czasami bywają duże, tak jak na przykład na górze, ja nie wiem, czym tu się, nie chcę, okej. Nie działa, okej. Na górze jest tam Java Developer jednej ze szkół programowania. To jest olbrzymia, to jest mikropoświadczenie, które się składa ze ścieżki 20 kilku odznak, ale są też odznaki małe. Są odznaki dotyczące na przykład biegu i spaceru, gdzie się ktoś spotkał rodziną. Te wszystkie aspekty mogą być ważne, zwłaszcza w dobie sztucznej inteligencji, kiedy, bo na przykład człowiek rzeczywiście powie, to jest ważne, to nieważne, a sztuczna inteligencja będzie mogła wyciągać przed nawias te informacje, które są naprawdę ważne i tworzyć takie CRL, tak, tutaj puszczam oko do tych, którzy wiedzą o co chodzi, żeby tworzyć takie właściwe, kompletne portfolia osób, które chcą się rozwijać albo chcą być na rynku pracy, zdobyć nową pracę albo na przykład mieć jakieś dodatkowe punkty na uniwersytecie. Coś przestało się zmieniać. Czy może ktoś mi w tym pomóc? Okej. Jeżeli, to ja będę może mówił, jeżeli to się przestaje, nie będzie zmieniać, to może mówię. Co jest najważniejsze, jeżeli wyruszamy w taką podróż bardzo długą i my wiemy, że ona jest długa, my ją planujemy, my wiemy jaka ona będzie, potrzebujemy absolutnie najlepszego teamu, jaki jest możliwy i taki team właśnie mamy i tutaj też puszczam oko do tych, którzy są na sali, którzy są z teamu mikropoświadczeń. Jesteście absolutnie najlepsi, bez was by się absolutnie to nie udało i niezwykle się cieszę, że taki wspaniały zespół udało się zebrać. I teraz chwilę o tym, jak my pracujemy, bo my pracujemy w taki sposób bardzo klasyczny, jak to się zazwyczaj robi projektowo. My po prostu mamy zespoły, które zajmują się konkretnymi działkami. Mamy zespół R&D, który sprawdza, co się dzieje na świecie, jak można te rzeczy rozwijać, jakie są najnowsze raporty, jak tworzyć standardy, jak zapewnić jakość, o której też dzisiaj będzie mowa i my mamy swój pomysł na jakość, bo wszyscy wiedzą, że w mikropoświadczeniach jakość jest najtrudniejszym tematem, a według nas jest dość trudna, ale nie aż tak. Można na pewno sobie z tym poradzić. Mamy oczywiście team, który zajmuje się koordynacją pilotażu. Ten team podpisuje umowy, pomaga, każdy partner ma swojego opiekuna i też jesteśmy jak gdyby w stałym kontakcie, bo my wiemy, że najwięcej możemy czerpać od tych ludzi, którzy chcą to robić z nami, tak? I ja widzę tutaj na sali osoby, które są z nami na przykład od 4 lat, a są osoby, które z nami są od miesiąca. Także to jest fantastyczne, że ta społeczność się cały czas powiększa. Mamy własny zespół deweloperski, to jest bardzo, bardzo ważne, żeby wdrażać narzędzia IT, trzeba mieć własny zespół deweloperski. Próbowaliśmy robić to zleceniami, próbowaliśmy robić to zewnętrznym zespołem, to kompletnie nie zadziałało. Teraz cieszę się, że mamy swój zespół, który jest pełen też wspaniałych specjalistów i możemy to narzędzie, które też jest ważną częścią tego, rozwijać. I wreszcie, co wcale nie jest najmniej ważne, absolutnie jest na końcu, ale jest bardzo ważne, czyli komunikacja i to, jak wyglądamy. To, jak wyglądamy, to jest właśnie tak, to jesteśmy my, czyli staramy się być bardzo dobrze zorganizowani, staramy się być widoczni i to też jest moim zdaniem naprawdę światowy poziom. Przepraszam, że się chwalę, ale to chwalę bardziej ludzi, którzy to robią, niż sam siebie. Więc żeby to wszystko miało jakikolwiek sens, to trzeba mieć jakiś cel, który jest bardzo... To jest właśnie zdobycie tego K2 zimą. To nie jest takie hop-siup, to jest po prostu coś naprawdę trudnego i naszym celem jest to, żeby wszyscy w Polsce mogli zdobywać mikropoświadczenia, niezależnie od kontekstu, w jakim się uczą i wszyscy mogli te mikropoświadczenia używać w rozwiązaniach end-to-end na rynku pracy. To jest dla nas bardzo ważne i my wiemy, ja byłem ostatnio prezentowałem na spotkaniu CEDEFOP nasze podejście i ten prowadzący CEDEFOP powiedział, że ale wy naprawdę co chcecie zrobić? Wy chcecie naprawdę zrobić coś takiego, żeby wszyscy mogli i żeby to było światowe? Ja mówię tak. Mówię, okej, no to jest duża rzecz. Ja mówię, no wiemy, dlatego używam tej metafory wspięcia się na górę. Bardzo istotne jest również wsparcie z różnych instytucji otoczenia biznesowego, nazwijmy to tak. I dlatego stworzyliśmy grupę doradczą, gdzie są reprezentanci 4 ministerstw: Ministerstwa Funduszy, Ministerstwa Edukacji, Ministerstwa Szkolnictwa Wyższego i Nauki oraz Ministerstwa Cyfryzacji. Też na sali są przedstawiciele tych ministerstw. Bardzo dziękujemy za to wsparcie i za to, że pracujecie z nami. Co 3 miesiące spotykamy się i mówimy, co się dzieje w projekcie, dlatego że my naprawdę chcemy, żeby mikropoświadczenia weszły do polityki i praktyki państwa, więc my nie możemy zapominać o ministerstwach, o najważniejszych organizacjach, które skupiają pracodawców, o najważniejszych organizacjach, które skupiają pracowników. Rozmawiamy z nimi wszystkimi, wsłuchujemy się w te głosy i naprawdę staramy się zmieniać tą rzeczywistość edukacyjną. To, co jest oczywiście absolutnie jednym z najważniejszych rzeczy, to, co odróżnia te zwykłe takie poświadczenia czegoś od mikropoświadczeń, naprawdę to jest ich jakość. Dzisiaj będzie chyba jutro nawet, będzie cały warsztat na temat jakości. Serdecznie wszystkich zapraszam zainteresowanych. Natomiast dla nas jest to połączenie pewnych wartości, pewnych zasad i pewnych narzędzi, jak tą jakość zapewniać. Na pewno część z tych narzędzi będzie wprost w aplikacji, a część będzie w umowach czy w regulaminach, które będziemy podpisywać. Wszystkich zainteresowanych zapraszam serdecznie na warsztat dotyczący jakości. No i wreszcie ten upragniony przez wszystkich standard opisu, który jest dla nas też niezwykle ważny i który uważamy, że on się będzie jeszcze pewnie zmieniał, tak? Dlatego, że my słuchamy swoich partnerów i może się okazać tak, że przyjdzie ktoś w poniedziałek i powie, że słuchajcie, ale to pole jest bez sensu, albo dobudujmy jeszcze coś więcej. Żeby dobudowywać tam, to pewnie już nie jesteśmy tak bardzo chętni, chociaż zespół R&D zawsze chce, żeby było wszystko bardzo dobrze obudowane. My nie chcemy stracić tej elastyczności mikropoświadczeń, żeby było to narzędzie, które można zastosować w różnych kontekstach. Natomiast nie ukrywamy, że być może będą mikropoświadczenia tylko dla szkolnictwa wyższego, specjalne, których wymaga szkolnictwo wyższe, a będą troszeczkę inne może dla dzieciaków w szkołach podstawowych. Zobaczymy. To jest ciągle pilotaż, my ciągle się uczymy, ale wydaje się, że ten core informacji o tym, kto jest wydawcą, kim jest osoba, która otrzymała, za co otrzymała szczegółowo i ewentualnie powiązała aktywność edukacyjna, to jest to, co prawdopodobnie będzie tym takim pniem, na którym będziemy budować to dalej. No i to, co już tutaj się przewijało, my tworzymy jak gdyby kompletny ekosystem. My nie chcemy tworzyć aplikacji do wydawania mikropoświadczeń. To w ogóle nie o to chodzi. W sensie można to robić w taki sposób, ale my, jeżeli chcemy, mam nadzieję, że kiedyś będzie to się nazywało krajowym standardem, krajowym systemem mikropoświadczeń, to co tworzymy w IBE, chcielibyśmy, żeby to nie było tylko aplikacja. Aplikacja jest absolutnie na samym końcu, jest tylko tą wisienką na torcie, żeby to zrobić. Potrzebne są badania, potrzebne są testy, potrzebna jest współpraca międzynarodowa, potrzebna jest właśnie standaryzacja, potrzebne jest zapewnienie jakości, potrzebne są interoperacyjne modele danych, które będą nam przenosiły nas pomiędzy różnymi standardami albo pomiędzy różnymi modelami danych. Między innymi na przykład mamy też w planach wdrożenie ELM i też się cieszę, że tutaj osoby, które się tym zajmują w Europie są z nami i będziemy na pewno się spotykać i rozmawiać na ten temat. Tak to wygląda w aplikacji, tak mikropoświadczenie wygląda w aplikacji. Jest tutaj tych elementów. Ja ich nie będę omawiał, bo to nie o to chodzi. Dzisiaj będzie wiele spotkań na ten temat, wiele prezentacji. My też będziemy prezentować i aplikację, i to, jak standard wygląda, i do czego można go użyć, i gdzie jeszcze są jakieś na przykład te obszary, w których my potrzebujemy jeszcze czegoś więcej. No właśnie, a co z tą przyszłością? No, my patrzymy na tą górę, wspinamy się na nią i mam nadzieję, że kiedyś tam dojdziemy, a jeżeli nie, no to trudno, to zostaniemy na tej górze, tak jak wszyscy, i na pewno się nie poddamy i nie przestaniemy tego robić. Jestem o tym przekonany i wiem, że mówię również w imieniu tych 40 osób, które z nami pracują, bo ten projekt jest dość duży, tak? To jest około 40 osób, które pracują w mikropoświadczeniach, i wiem, że każdy z nas będzie chciał na swój sposób pomóc w tym, żeby do tej góry dojść. Co nas czeka? Na pewno wydaje się, że czeka nas jeszcze przynajmniej jeden projekt. Mam nadzieję, że on jak gdyby uzyska finansowanie, ale no, mam nadzieję, że tak. Puszczam oko do tych, którzy mogą sprawić, żeby to się stało. Wydaje się, że potrzebujemy projektu bardziej wdrożeniowego, tam, żeby już ktoś mógł konkretnie skorzystać z konkretnych narzędzi do wdrożenia. Będziemy pewnie na początku tego projektu kolejnego w przyszłości to opracowywać i na pewno będziemy się kierować w kierunku szkolnictwa wyższego bardzo mocno, dużo mocniej niż teraz. Teraz mamy 20 kilka, około 30 uczelni pewnie weźmie udział, później będzie już dużo więcej. Chcemy w ogóle wejść na wyższą skalę, tutaj pan dyrektor o tym mówił, że mało jeszcze kto wie. My zdajemy sobie z tego sprawę, że wyjście na wyższy level, jeżeli chodzi o skalowalność, jest absolutnie niezbędne. To będą też szkoły, tak? Tutaj też było to wspomniane, że nie możemy pozbawić dzieciaków i młodzieży takiego narzędzia, gdzie oni będą mogli zmotywować się do dalszej nauki, albo śledzić swoją ścieżkę rozwoju, albo zdawać sobie sprawę z tego, że okej, dzisiaj umiem to, jutro mogę umieć tamto, ale jak jeszcze nauczę się tego i tego, to będę umiał to. I to jest coś na przykład, coś dla mnie jakimś celem. I wizualizować to. U nas w aplikacji bez żadnego problemu można to robić. I to, żeby to pokazać, to gdzieś mamy tutaj taką swoistą mapę drogową, więc właśnie teraz już te prace nad własnym modelem danych, który pokazuje, jakie elementy standardu powinny być niezbędne i który jest mapowalny na inne standardy. My to sprawdzaliśmy, my tworząc ten nasz model danych, nie tworzyliśmy osobnego standardu technologicznego, bo to byłoby bez sensu. My korzystamy z tych standardów, które już istnieją, ale mamy swoje podejście do tego, bo te standardy też umożliwiają takie podejście i można je rozwijać. Na pewno będziemy się starali wdrażać Open Badges 3.0, dlatego też tutaj będziemy się uśmiechać do tych, którzy już są po tym procesie albo wiedzą, jak ten proces jest trudny, bo on jest trudny. To, co mamy już obgadane, jak to zrobić i praktycznie jesteśmy już gotowi na to, żeby zacząć to robić. Myślę, że po wakacjach będziemy mogli zaczynać. To jest weryfikacja z profilem zaufanym. Już wiemy, jak to zrobić, wiemy, z jakiego rozwiązania skorzystamy. Teraz tylko trzeba zacząć ten proces. To jest bardzo ważne, dlatego żebyśmy wiedzieli, że mikrodoświadczenia przyznane konkretnej osobie to jest konkretna ta osoba, o której myślimy. Tak? Więc ta weryfikacja poprzez profil zaufany będzie tą pewność nadawała i co więcej, tak naprawdę tylko my możemy to zrobić w Polsce, bo jak gdyby dostawcy prywatni prawdopodobnie nie będą tej możliwości mieli. Może kiedyś mikrodoświadczenie w obywatelu, tutaj zespół mówił, że może nie mów o tym, a my, dlaczego nie? To jest nasz Mount Everest, nasze K2 zimą. Nie boimy się w ogóle żadnych wyznań. Na pewno będziemy też dawali możliwość scalania kont, które zawsze taką bolączką Open Badges 2.0 było to, że one były wydawane na e-mail, więc my będziemy starali się scalać konta. Po weryfikacji profilem zaufanym będzie można scalać te konta z różnych organizacji, mieć w jednym koncie w naszej aplikacji. To też pewnie jest bardzo, bardzo ciekawy feature. Katalog mikrodoświadczeń. Absolutny must have, jeżeli chodzi o to, żeby każdy mógł przejrzeć, jakie mikrodoświadczenia dostępne są w Polsce. One będzie absolutnie bezpłatnie dostępne dla wszystkich i będziemy na pewno go zapełniać mikrodoświadczeniami, żeby każdy mógł przeglądać, jakie kursy kończą się mikrodoświadczeniem, jakie ścieżki są możliwe do realizacji. No oczywiście na koniec integracja z EDC, tak, czy European Directorate-General, czy z portfelami cyfrowymi, które te integracje zapewniają. My mamy swój portfel oczywiście, ale wiemy, że pilotowane są rozwiązania teraz takie, które będą pozwalały na łączenie tych portfeli i też się bardzo z tego powodu cieszymy. Bardzo Państwu dziękuję za uwagę i życzę bardzo fantastycznych rozmów podczas tej konferencji. Cieszymy się, że jesteście z nami.
To my pięknie, Michale, dziękujemy. Ja jeszcze raz tylko przypomnę, Michał Nowakowski, lider projektu mikropoświadczeń z Instytutu Badań Edukacyjnych Państwowego Instytutu Badawczego, opowiadał właśnie o tej polskiej ścieżce, polskim wejściu na K2 zimą zresztą. Nie byłbym sobą, gdybym nie sprawdził, czy ktoś to K2 zimą zdobył. Drodzy Państwo, 16 stycznia 2021 roku 10 Nepalczykom to się udało, więc rzecz jest jak najbardziej możliwa i chciałoby się powiedzieć do zrobienia. Moi drodzy, przechodzę teraz specjalnie na drugą stronę sceny. Robię to świadomie i z premedytacją. Dlaczego? Dlatego, że przed nami dyskusja. I to dyskusja nie facebookowa, tylko ta absolutnie prawdziwa, dynamiczna, merytoryczna, choć jak widzicie, będzie odbywać się na siedząco. Nie przejmujcie się tym, co się dzieje za moimi plecami, to jest tak zwana krótka reorganizacja sceny. Lubię ciekawostki, taką też trochę mam pracę i rolę, powiem szczerze, i te ciekawostki Galileo gdzieś towarzyszą mi przez całe moje życie i oczywiście nie byłbym sobą, gdybym trochę nie poszperał o tych mikropoświadczeniach. I powiem Państwu to, co mnie bardzo mile zaskoczyło, że do końca 2024 roku na całym świecie wydano 300 milionów mikropoświadczeń. Wiem, ktoś może powiedzieć, że w skali, nie wiem, zdjęć robionych na Instagrama to jest tyle, co tam jednego dnia się tam z filtrami robi. Nieważne, ale 300 milionów do końca 2024 na całym świecie, przyznacie, robi wrażenie. I szukałem też takiego chyba najprzyjemniejszego i najprostszego określenia, czym mikropoświadczenie jest. I słuchajcie, znalazłem przepiękną metaforę. To nie moje niestety, ale bardzo mi się spodobało. Mikropoświadczenie jest jak ta mała naklejka na bananie. Bo niby niewielka, ale słuchajcie, świadczy o tym, że przeszliśmy bardzo długą drogę i że jesteśmy gotowi do spożycia. Wiedzę oczywiście. Także jeżeli wiedza to potęga, to myślę, że te mikropoświadczenia są, można śmiało powiedzieć, taką udokumentowaną potęgą wiedzy w formacie na przykład PDF. No dobrze. Zapełniłem ten czas, krzesła są, stoliki są, dobrze. No to teraz już przed nami dyskusja, tak jak powiedziałem, merytoryczna, dynamiczna. Będziemy mówić o pilotażu mikropoświadczeń w Polsce. Będziemy mówić o doświadczeniach, wyzwaniach i o perspektywach. Moderować dyskusję będzie dr Ziemowit-Socha, ekspert do spraw mikropoświadczeń z Instytutu Badań Edukacyjnych, który w tej chwili przejmie stery i będzie zarządzał tą sceną i będzie też mówił, zadawał pytania, ale przede wszystkim przedstawi swoich gości, czyli panelistów. Zakłada mikrofon. Dobrze, no to drodzy Państwo, to na spokojnie. Cholera, wyczerpały mi się ciekawostki. Nie, żartuję. Dajmy jeszcze czas panu doktorowi, żeby na spokojnie się okabował, osprzętowił, no bo też ta dyskusja, słuchajcie, ma też taki mieć, tak jak powiedziałem, bardzo dynamiczny charakter. Ma bardzo ciekawych gości, muszę przyznać. Żałuję, że ja nie mogłem ich przedstawić, ale nie odbiorę mu tej frajdy. Tak jest, zmierza do nas. Jak u Hitchcocka, zbudował napięcie. I ono, mam nadzieję, na tej scenie będzie rosło. Poproszę Państwa o brawa. Dr Ziemowit-Socha, ekspert do spraw mikropoświadczeń. Przejmuj stery. Scena należy do Ciebie.
Dziękuję, dzięki. Szanowni Państwo, pilotaż mikropoświadczeń w Polsce, doświadczenia, wyzwania i perspektywy. Jest to panel, którego będę miał przyjemność wziąć prowadzenie w swoje stery. My prowadzimy w Instytucie Badań Edukacyjnych, Państwowym Instytucie Badawczym, ten projekt w takiej logice badawczej, eksploracyjnej, logice takiej partycypacyjnej, czyli nie zakładaliśmy z góry, jak system mikropoświadczeń w Polsce ma wyglądać, ale zaprosiliśmy różnego rodzaju partnerów do tego, żeby wypowiedzieli się na temat swoich potrzeb, perspektyw, tego, co oni myślą o standardach czy procesie wydawania mikropoświadczeń. Z tego względu mamy bardzo ciekawych uczestników, którzy już tego procesu doświadczyli, którzy przekazali nam bardzo dużo swoich informacji, swoich perspektyw, opinii. Dlatego zapraszam panią prorektor do spraw kształcenia z Politechniki Białostockiej, panią Katarzynę Halicką. Dzień dobry, zapraszam. Również zapraszam pana Romana Krzosa, University Relations Managera z firmy Kyndryl Global Services. Witamy. Proszę. Następnie panią Ewelinę Iwanek, panią prezes zarządu, panią dyrektor generalną Fundacji OIC Poland. Proszę. Także pana Huberta Gęsiarza, pana dyrektora Departamentu Partnerstwa i Rozwoju Przedsiębiorczości w Łódzkiej Specjalnej Strefie Ekonomicznej. Pana Łukasza Kosińskiego, pełnomocnika dyrektora do spraw strategii komunikacji i rozwoju kadr w Szpitalu Uniwersyteckim nr 2 imienia Jana Biziela w Bydgoszczy. Oraz last but not least panią Martynę Leciejewicz z Instytutu Badań Edukacyjnych, panią ekspert kluczową w zadaniu dotyczącym pilotażowego wdrożenia cyfrowych mikropoświadczeń. Bardzo się cieszę, że Państwo z nami są, że będziemy mogli tutaj podyskutować. Zacznę od pani profesor. Pytanie dotyczące specyfiki wykorzystania mikropoświadczeń na Politechnice. No, Politechnika jest to szczególny typ uczelni wyższej. uczelni takiej bardzo nastawionej na praktykę, uczelni, która dotyka technologii od samego swojego zarania, bo pierwsza politechnika, wiemy, w Paryżu powstała. W ramach tutaj też zmian technologicznych, zmian społecznych, no również jesteśmy, może nie aż w takim momencie jak rewolucja francuska, natomiast kwestia wykorzystania sztucznej inteligencji czy innego rodzaju wyzwań związanych z opuszczaniem studiów, tak zwane dropouty. Jak chcecie wykorzystać mikropoświadczenia u siebie na uczelni w tej sytuacji?
Ślicznie dziękuję za bardzo ciekawy problem do dyskusji. Faktycznie politechniki od początku swego istnienia były silnie związane z rozwojem tym gospodarczym, ale także tym technologicznym. Bez wątpienia każda politechnika w swoich misjach ma nadążanie za rozwojem cywilizacyjnym, dostosowanie swoich ofert do potrzeb rynku pracy. No teraz jest podobnie, teraz ta rola jest bardzo istotna uczelni, w związku z tym, że stoimy przez pewnego rodzaju rewolucją cyfrową. Sztuczna inteligencja szybko się bardzo rozwija i niewątpliwie to powoduje, że musimy trochę zdefiniować i gospodarkę, i oczywiście system edukacyjny. I właśnie w naszym odczuciu to mikropoświadczenia są tym idealnym narzędziem, które na pewno będzie z czasem takim bardzo ważnym filarem edukacji, takiego nowoczesnego kształcenia. Nic tak szybko się w tej chwili nie starzeje, jak te kompetencje technologiczne. W związku z tym my, uczelnie techniczne, musimy być gotowi na to, żeby przygotowywać kursy, które właśnie zakończą się mikropoświadczeniami, które pokazują, co absolwent, jaką wiedzę posiada, jakie kompetencje, jakie kwalifikacje, w jaki sposób one były weryfikowane. I tutaj studenci, no bo wiadomo, uczelnia, najważniejsi są dla nas studenci, mają bardzo wiele korzyści, właśnie korzystając z takich mikropoświadczeń. No, przykładowo, możliwa jest dla nich budowana taka specjalna ścieżka rozwoju, dedykowana, elastyczna do ich potrzeb. Nie oszukujmy się, no, w chwili obecnej studenci pracują. Chcemy czy nie chcemy, studenci pracują. W związku z tym, jeżeli oni w trakcie studiów takie mikropoświadczenie posiadają, które pokazują, jakie kompetencje, kwalifikacje mają, w związku z tym łatwiej będzie znaleźć im tą lepszą pracę, bardziej płatną. Ponadto mikropoświadczenia pozwalają naszym studentom, no właśnie, rozwijać ich hobby, bo wcale nie znaczy, że trzeba zdobywać mikropoświadczenie tylko i wyłącznie w tym obszarze, w którym się studiuje. Nie. Można na innym wydziale, w zupełnie innym obszarze. I przykładowo pod koniec grudnia, na początku stycznia tego roku przeprowadziliśmy badanie i ponad 45% naszych studentów stwierdziło, że zdecydowanie takie mikropoświadczenie silnie w skali od 1 do 5, 4,5 silnie wpływa na ich satysfakcję ze studiowania oraz także na motywację do dalszego uczenia się. No dobrze, studenci, ale co uczelnie z tego mają? No przede wszystkim takie mikropoświadczenie pozwala nam budować naszą taką markę, taką, że jesteśmy uczelnią, dynamiczną, która się rozwija, nowoczesną, która posiada w swojej ofercie no właśnie takie kursy zakończone mikropoświadczeniami. Nie oszukujmy się, to jest także forma dodatkowego dochodu, ponieważ jeżeli przygotowujemy my uczelnie techniczne, takie kursy, które jak wspomnieliśmy są związane z jakimiś takimi nowoczesnymi technologiami, no to możemy i przyciągamy osoby, które już skończyły swoje studia, które chcą uzupełniać swoje właśnie te kwalifikacje. To także narzędzie, które pozwala nam konkurować na rynku edukacyjnym, no szczególnie z tymi uczelniami z sektora prywatnego. Poza tym to jest doskonała taka płaszczyzna do współpracy. To było już dzisiaj powiedziane parę razy, że mikropoświadczenia mogą, właściwie też powinny być konstruowane, budowane z przedsiębiorcami. W związku z tym to jest taki kanał do współpracy między nami a przedsiębiorcami. No i bardzo, bardzo, bardzo ważny element to jest ta współpraca międzynarodowa. Przykładowo Politechnika Białostocka jest jednym z konsorcjantów Uniwersytetów Europejskich, ACROS. I tutaj, szanowni państwo, każda z naszych uczelni, każdy z naszych partnerów musi przygotować program takich mikropoświadczeń, co najmniej 108. 108 takich mikropoświadczeń. Co to znaczy? Te mikropoświadczenia oczywiście będą uznawane przez naszych partnerów, a stąd to już tylko krok do uznawalności europejskiej. Także kończąc swoją wypowiedź, chciałam powiedzieć, że mikropoświadczenia w żadnym wypadku, my tak czujemy, że to nie jest jakieś tam zagrożenie dla systemu edukacyjnego, dla naszego systemu kształcenia. Nie, nie. To jest takie naturalne, potrzebna, taka ewolucja tego systemu i bez wątpienia my jako uczelnia, która będziemy mieli w swojej ofercie, trzeba jasno wyraźnie powiedzieć, takie mikropoświadczenia, to spowodujemy, że nasz student będzie właśnie mógł taką obierać elastyczną formę edukacji i także, od czego zaczęliśmy naszą rozmowę, i także będzie właśnie można dostosowywać się do tych wyzwań takich nowych, technologicznych. Także w moim odczuciu niewątpliwie no to już jest chyba konieczność i wierzę w to głęboko, że z czasem będzie to standard nowoczesnego kształcenia szkolnictwa wyższego. Dziękuję.
Bardzo dziękuję. Ciekawą rzecz pani powiedziała tutaj pod kątem współpracy uczelni z pracodawcami, dlatego przychodzi mi do głowy kolejne pytanie o pracodawców, o firmę Kyndryl, firmę, która jest bardzo doświadczona w zakresie wydawania open badge, czyli tych cyfrowych odznak. Panie Romanie, jak to się stało, że tak doświadczona firma chce nas czegoś nauczyć, nasz instytut, i pokazać nam, jak robić mikropoświadczenia, żeby również dla pracodawców były one ciekawe?
No ja myślę, że uczymy się od siebie nawzajem tak naprawdę, natomiast zgadza się, reprezentuję firmę technologiczną, natomiast sporo opowiem o studentach i o tej współpracy z przedsiębiorcami. Natomiast chciałbym zacząć od tego, że generalnie współpraca z Instytutem Badań Edukacyjnych trwa już od dobrych kilku lat, ponieważ zaczynaliśmy tę współpracę w 2019 roku. Wtedy powołaliśmy do życia program edukacyjny o nazwie PITEK. On do dzisiaj funkcjonuje już trochę pod inną nazwą. Wtedy jeszcze i moja firma, i ja sam byłem częścią firmy IBM. Teraz już się to trochę zmieniło, natomiast no to był taki pierwszy etap naszej współpracy. Potem przystąpiliśmy razem do opisywania kwalifikacji rynkowej z obszaru mainframe. Myślę, że tutaj ten mainframe jest słowem kluczem, ponieważ ta technologia też się będzie pojawiała za chwilę, jak będę opowiadał o tym, co już robimy, czy robiliśmy w ramach pilotażu programu. Natomiast pozwolę sobie tutaj na taki wątek osobisty. Niecałe 3 lata temu miałem przyjemność po okresie spędzonym w IBM dołączyć do firmy Kyndryl, która jeszcze ponad 3 lata temu była częścią właśnie firmy IBM. I od tego momentu mam wielką przyjemność zajmować się programem CRC, Corporate Readiness Certificate. No muszę powiedzieć parę słów o samym programie, żeby też zrozumieć sens tutaj naszych relacji, naszego związku z Instytutem. Program realizujemy od 12 lat, w tej chwili kończymy już 12. edycję, razem z innymi 3 firmami, dużymi firmami technologicznymi. No i program jest skierowany do studentów, właściwie głównie do nich. Wszystkie kursy, wszystkie tak zwane streamy, które projektujemy, realizujemy, robimy zupełnie za darmo. No i cóż, od samego początku uczestnictwo w takim kursie wymaga dość dużego wysiłku ze strony studentów, ponieważ muszą oni zdać egzamin wstępny, potem uczęszczać na zajęcia w formie online, w formie stacjonarnej. To zależy, te zajęcia trwają przez 3 miesiące. Całość kończy się egzaminem końcowym, potwierdzającym zdobyte umiejętności i zdobytą wiedzę. W tym roku mieliśmy takich kursów 44 z różnych obszarów, to jest i project management, i service management, i design thinking, ale też są kursy bardziej techniczne. właśnie z obszaru mainframe między innymi. Mainframe to są takie komputery, to jest taka klasa komputerów używanych i stosowanych przez duże organizacje do krytycznych aplikacji. Jeżeli Państwo, nie wiem, dzisiaj, wczoraj korzystaliście na przykład z bankowości internetowej, na pewno pośrednio używaliście Państwo komputera mainframe. Natomiast wracając do CRC, do Corporate Readiness Certificate, okazało się, ja bardzo szybko doszedłem do takiego wniosku, mając już na szczęście relacje i kontakt z Instytutem, że to jest właściwie idealny program, żeby zaimplementować tutaj odznaki cyfrowe, a potem też mikropoświadczenia. No i cóż, bardzo szybko doszliśmy do porozumienia, z czego się bardzo cieszę i można powiedzieć, ruszyliśmy z kopyta. Wydajemy teraz tych odznak bardzo dużo absolwentom kursów, ponieważ tutaj warunkiem koniecznym jest ukończenie danego kursu i zdanie egzaminu końcowego. I to był ten pierwszy etap, może trochę łatwiejszy, chociaż samo opisywanie odznak też nie było proste. W tej chwili weszliśmy już na wyższy poziom, zabraliśmy się, mówiąc kolokwialnie, za mikropoświadczenia. Mamy już na koncie 2 opisane, no i właśnie tu również technologia mainframe się pojawia, czyli był to pewien też jakiś proces z naszej strony, który przeszliśmy świadomie i teraz widzimy, że to była rzeczywiście słuszna droga. A kończąc, jedynie dodam, że zgadza się, znaczy i my, i nasza organizacja, i ta poprzednia mamy rzeczywiście tutaj ten pomysł na odznaki cyfrowe wpisane w DNA, ponieważ oprócz wydawanych odznak dla studentów, wydajemy je również dla naszych pracowników i co więcej, udało się zintegrować pewne systemy HR-owe, w związku z tym nasi pracownicy, trenerzy, koordynatorzy programu CRC mogą potem dołączyć te odznaki do, tak jak mówiłem, narzędzi HR-owych i pochwalić się nimi w ramach celów rocznych, w ramach ocen rocznych, więc również z tego punktu widzenia się to sprawdza. Ostatnia rzecz, idziemy dalej, a w tej chwili przygotowujemy się do wydawania wspólnych odznak ze Szkołą Programowania Codilla, która też jest obecna w tym programie od wielu lat i za serię webinariów zorganizowanych jesienią będziemy właśnie studentom wydawali nasze wspólne odznaki, więc przy okazji tworzy się też...
pochwalić, że jest to wartość dodana naszego projektu Networking, który powstał dzięki temu, że poznaliście się u nas.
Tak, dokładnie tak.
Więc też nas
Dziękuję.
to bardzo cieszy. Pani Ewelino, chciałem Pani Prezes zapytać o pytanie właśnie związane z funkcjonowaniem Waszej fundacji, która od wielu lat w wielu projektach, zróżnicowanych, edukacyjnych projektach wydaje mikropoświadczenia, ale nie miała tego standardu. My nad standardem pracujemy. Jak Państwo na pracę nad tym standardem się zapatrują?
Dzień dobry Państwu. Bardzo dziękuję za zaproszenie na dzisiejszy panel. Rzeczywiście współpraca z Instytutem Badań Edukacyjnych nad mikropoświadczeniem była przyjemnością, Szanowni Państwo. Także jeśli Państwo planujecie, to jak najbardziej polecam. My opracowaliśmy opis jednego mikropoświadczenia, natomiast przed nami jesteśmy chętni do tego i gotowi, żeby kolejnych 6 mikropoświadczeń przygotować i również wydawać. Jako fundacja, Szanowni Państwo, jesteśmy organizacją oczywiście pozarządową, jesteśmy organizacją, która istnieje na tym rynku od ponad 35 lat i działamy w ramach projektów edukacyjnych, projektów szkoleniowych i lokalnie, i regionalnie. Realizujemy inicjatywy, które są adresowane do mieszkańców wszystkich województw, ale również i realizujemy projekty międzynarodowe. W ramach tych naszych działań skupiamy się przede wszystkim na obszarze biznesu i rozwoju zasobów. I w szczególności to jest rozwój przedsiębiorczości, to rozwój innowacji, to podnoszenie kompetencji i kwalifikacji zawodowych, to również pomaganie osobom, aby weszły na rynek pracy, to również wspieranie rozwoju nowoczesnej edukacji, dlatego też nasz udział w pilotażu nie jest taki przypadkowy, Szanowni Państwo, bo pomagamy naszym klientom, wspieramy ich w rozwoju, ale również my sami jako organizacja, jako zespół również inspirujemy się do rozwoju i łączymy różne działania od kursów, badań, doradztwa, również włącznie z wsparciem finansowym dla przedsiębiorców. Szanowni Państwo, tam gdzie jest innowacja, my również staramy się być, dlatego że wciąż szukamy też i budujemy nasze przewagi konkurencyjne. Dlatego też udział w pilotażu też właśnie nie jest, z tego powodu też nie jest przypadkowy. Ja patrzę na mikropoświadczenia też z dwóch różnych perspektyw. Patrzę z perspektywy organizacji, którą zarządzam i dla mnie mikropoświadczenia są tym narzędziem, które potwierdzają, że jesteśmy rzetelnym i wiarygodnym dostawcą rozwiązań edukacyjnych, tak? I też chociaż organizacja posiada certyfikat systemu zarządzania jakością ISO w obszarze usług edukacyjnych, szkoleniowych, informacyjnych, doradczych, to jednak mikropoświadczenia uzupełniają i jeszcze bardziej potwierdzają, że jesteśmy tym partnerem wiarygodnym i rzetelnym. Z punktu widzenia oczywiście beneficjentów naszych projektów edukacyjnych to potwierdzenie zdobytych konkretnych umiejętności, a nie tylko ukończenia jakiegoś szkolenia, jakiegoś kursu. Konkretna wiedza, jaką umiejętność dana osoba zdobyła. System mikropoświadczeń jest również bardzo elastyczny, jest praktyczny i bardzo elastyczny. I teraz na przykładzie tego mikropoświadczenia, które my opracowaliśmy, MVP Sprint, prototypowanie rozwiązań cyfrowych, mikropoświadczenie zaadoptowaliśmy i włożyliśmy do istniejącego programu inkubacji startupów, jako to, że fundacja prowadzi platformę startową Unicorn Hub, w ramach której inkubujemy innowacyjne pomysły biznesowe i jednym z elementów tego procesu jest również przygotowanie, przetestowanie MVP. I do tego właśnie wykorzystaliśmy również mikropoświadczenie, które zostało wspólnie tutaj opracowane.
I to jest bardzo fajny pomysł. Mówiła Pani o innowacjach, a Łódzka Specjalna Strefa Ekonomiczna chciałaby być najbardziej innowacyjną strefą ekonomiczną w Polsce. Między innymi dlatego Wasze technikum automatyki i robotyki powstało. Jaką Wy macie koncepcję na wykorzystanie mikropoświadczeń w swojej działalności?
Przede wszystkim dziękuję za zaproszenie i możliwość podzielenia się naszą perspektywą udziału w pilotażu. Rzeczywiście Łódzka Specjalna Strefa Ekonomiczna, przede wszystkim staramy się być innowacyjni, o tym powiem w jakiś sposób za chwilę, ale na pierwszy rzut oka nie wydaje się takie oczywiste udział specjalnej strefy ekonomicznej w pilotażu projektu edukacyjnego. Ale zaraz powiem dlaczego. Po pierwsze, było tutaj dużo już powiedziane na temat mikropoświadczeń i kompetencji, które są potrzebne i wymagane przez pracodawców, a my właśnie jesteśmy instytucją otoczenia biznesu łączącą właśnie pracodawców, zapraszającą ich do rozwoju gospodarczego naszego regionu, naszego państwa. Staramy się z nimi rozmawiać na temat warunków otwarcia czy rozwoju działalności gospodarczej. I te rozmowy poza aspektami podatkowymi, do których jesteśmy naznaczeni, w naturalny sposób zawsze kierują się również w kierunku kwalifikacji i kadr.
Takiego doradztwa edukacyjnego.
I zawsze jest pytanie, dobrze, jesteśmy u Państwa gotowi otworzyć nową działalność gospodarczą, rozwinąć swój zakład, ale jak wygląda zaplecze naukowe, jak wygląda zaplecze edukacyjne, jak wyglądają kadry, które mogą zasilić nasze przedsiębiorstwo. I to jest pytanie, które pojawia się bardzo wysoko na liście tych priorytetów, zaraz po tych aspektach podatkowych, a jeszcze przed dyskusją na temat tego, czy działka jest właściwie ulokowana, czy jest dobra droga dojazdowa, czyli ten element kapitału ludzkiego jest niezwykle ważny. I te dyskusje powtarzały się wielokrotnie, dlatego Łódzka Specjalna Strefa Ekonomiczna zdecydowała się na powołanie spółki córki, którą kieruję. To jest spółka Strefa Edukacji. I my zdecydowaliśmy na uruchomienie technikum automatyki i robotyki. To jest dedykowana spółka, która jest organem prowadzącym dla szkoły zawodowej. Rozwijamy tam kształcenie w dwóch zawodach, technik automatyki i robotyki, od tego roku technik cyberbezpieczeństwa. Mamy już kilka klas absolwentów, więc możemy ocenić, że ten pilotaż i ten proces edukacyjny bardzo dobrze przebiega. Nasi absolwenci uzyskują bardzo dobre wyniki na maturze, świetnie wchodzą na studia i doskonale odnajdują się na rynku pracy. I teraz kolejnym krokiem w naturalny sposób dla nas jest to, żeby budując prestiż tej szkoły zdobywać przewagi konkurencyjne, to o czym Państwo mówiliście, czyli chcemy z jednej strony dla naszego procesu edukacyjnego w technikum przypisać również mikrokwalifikacje i poświadczać tą zdobywaną wiedzę właśnie poprzez odznaki, ale nasza spółka również realizuje cały proces szkoleniowy i jesteśmy również jednostką certyfikowaną i znajdującą się w bazie usług rozwojowych. W biurze znajdują się nasze szkolenia i również do nich przypisujemy w tym momencie mikropoświadczenia i to jest element po prostu biznesowy, który podnosi naszą konkurencyjność, buduje naszą przewagę konkurencyjną na rynku firm szkoleniowych. Z radością dołączyliśmy do tego pilotażu. Jesteśmy innowacyjną firmą, więc chętnie bierzemy udział w takich przedsięwzięciach. Powiem tylko tyle, że również w naszym technikum odbył się pierwszy egzamin zawodowy z wykorzystaniem technologii VR realizowany w całości w VR-ze, realizowany wspólnie z Centralną Komisją Egzaminacyjną dotyczącym automatyzacji procesów właśnie w fabrykach i to jest coś, co bardzo sobie cenimy. Dziękujemy za zaproszenie do tego pilotażu, czujemy się zaszczyceni, wyróżnieni, ale uważamy, że to będzie bardzo duża przewaga właśnie dla naszych uczniów, jeśli będą swoje kwalifikacje potwierdzać w sposób dodatkowy, nie tylko właśnie egzaminem zawodowym, nie tylko świadectwami dojrzałości i świadectwami awansu do kolejnych klas, ale właśnie poprzez mikrokwalifikacje i odznaki, które będą integrować ze swoimi profilami cyfrowymi.
Bardzo się z tego cieszymy, że tak to wygląda, ponieważ podobne podejście mamy i w projekcie mikropoświadczenia, i w tym poprzednim, który realizowaliśmy, zintegrowanego systemu kwalifikacji, gdzie opisywaliśmy kwalifikacje właśnie dla wszelkich innowacyjnych sfer, czy jak elektromobilność, jak automatyka, ale też dotykaliśmy kwestii zdrowotnych. I tutaj mamy pana Łukasza Kosińskiego, który reprezentuje sektor ochrony zdrowia, dokładnie Szpital Uniwersytecki UMK w Bydgoszczy. U Was podejście jest bardzo szerokie, dotyczy też uczenia się pracowników, uczenia się w miejscu pracy. Gdyby mógł Pan trochę powiedzieć o Waszej szerszej koncepcji na mikropoświadczenia.
Ja również zacznę od podziękowań za zaproszenie i dzień dobry Państwu. Powiem tak, misją naszego szpitala została zdefiniowana w następujący sposób. Przez wiedzę i doświadczenie do zdrowia chorego. I kiedy sobie zadamy pytanie, kto odpowiada za to zdrowie naszego chorego i kto dba, dosyć prosta odpowiedź. Wszyscy pracownicy szpitala. W związku z tym o wszystkich powinniśmy zadbać i każdemu dać szansę na to, żeby się rozwijał. To, że mamy ideę uczenia się przez całe życie, to jest wpisane na twardo w filozofię funkcjonowania naszej jednostki. No i teraz tak, dlaczego my też mocno zaangażowaliśmy się w mikropoświadczenia? Z kilku względów. Gdybyśmy spojrzeli na proces przygotowania pracowników ochrony zdrowia, to musimy zwrócić uwagę na to, że część zawodów zostało wprost zdefiniowanych. Tak jak tutaj przedmówca mówił o technikum, jasne, dostajemy pewnego rodzaju kwalifikacje, no i takie kwalifikacje oczywiście lekarze, pielęgniarki, położne, farmaceuci muszą mieć i to są przepisy bardzo szczegółowe, które wprost o tym mówią. Gdybyśmy spojrzeli na grupy zawodowe, które funkcjonują w ochronie zdrowia, zgodnie z rozporządzeniami ministra zdrowia, no to możemy powiedzieć sobie tak, samych grup zawodowych tak zwanego białego personelu, czyli wszyscy ci, którzy pracują z pacjentami tak bezpośrednio, jest aż 190. Gdybyśmy spojrzeli na grupy zawodowe, które pracują w ochronie zdrowia na różnych stanowiskach administracyjnych, ekonomicznych, technicznych, to takich grup zawodowych mamy około 30 i około kilkanaście stanowisk tego personelu pomocniczego. W związku z tym, że wszyscy tak naprawdę mają wpływ na to, co się zadzieje z pacjentem od momentu przejścia przez próg drzwi aż do wyjścia, musimy zainwestować w każdą osobę i chcemy to robić. Samo mikropoświadczenie też nawiązuje do naszej takiej filozofii określonej w planie strategicznym na kolejnych 5 lat, gdzie mówimy o takiej odpowiedzialnej polityce kadrowej.
odpowiedzialnej z definicji, czyli odpowiadamy za każdego, który u nas pracuje od momentu, kiedy został zatrudniony do momentu, kiedy. No i teraz tutaj 3 kropki. Awansuje, tak, przeniesie się, przejdzie na emeryturę, też może tak być oczywiście. I tutaj bardzo ważna rzecz. W związku z tym, że my jesteśmy, tak jak przedmówca mówił, mówimy o technikum i strefie ekonomicznej, to my możemy powiedzieć, że jesteśmy takim ogromnym warsztatem dla kształtowania przyszłych lekarzy, pielęgniarek, położnych, prawda? I tutaj jesteśmy zapleczem dla Collegium Medicum. To właśnie w takich jednostkach jak szpital akademicki no, kształci się i doskonali kadry medyczne, ale też przyjmujemy uczniów ze szkół średnich. Tutaj szczególnie mówimy o technikach, bo jeżeli mówimy o kuchni, gastronomik, prawda? Jeżeli piony ekonomiczne, no to technikum ekonomiczne jak najbardziej każdy może się zrealizować.
Wszelka dokumentacja medyczna.
Dokumentacja medyczna. I tutaj ta wielorakość i interdyscyplinarność jest bardzo istotna. Możemy powiedzieć sobie wprost, że szpital to jest takie małe miasto, w którym każdy znajdzie dla siebie miejsce i teraz pytanie, co z tym zrobimy. Wątek jest taki. Nasze doświadczenia z mikropoświadczeniami, w związku z tym, że jesteśmy relatywnie dużą instytucją, też ulokowaną akademicko, została podjęta taka decyzja o tym, że zaangażujemy jak największą liczbę osób w to, żeby mikropoświadczenia no, zaczęły funkcjonować. Zostały powołane 2 zespoły. Jeden do spraw mapowania kompetencji i tutaj rzeczywiście patrzymy na wszystkie stanowiska, grupy stanowisk, jakie kompetencje powinny być wymagane, za tym jakie kwalifikacje oczywiście ktoś zawsze powinien posiadać. I taki zespół funkcjonuje, równolegle funkcjonuje zespół do spraw analiz kadrowych i tutaj no, mapujemy również stan zatrudnienia, jak to powinno wyglądać, żeby było jak najbardziej optymalnie i funkcjonalnie. I to są takie 2 zespoły kluczowe dla tworzenia mikropoświadczeń, bo po prostu interdyscyplinarnie musimy pewne rzeczy przedyskutować tak, aby w późniejszych etapach mikropoświadczenia mogły być no, tak fajnie i bezpiecznie wdrażane.
Pozwolę sobie pauzę zrobić, bo ukończenie waszego mikropoświadczenia jest to dla nas jeden z bardzo ważnych momentów przejścia z 2. etapu do 3. etapu naszego pilotażu i w związku z tym chciałem Martynę Leciejewicz poprosić o zebranie wniosków z tej dyskusji, ale szerzej z naszego całego projektu, z 1. etapu, z 2. etapu i tego, w który teraz wkraczamy 3. etapu.
Ja nie będę oryginalna i rozpocznę od podziękowania, także w pierwszej kolejności dziękuję Państwu za przyjęcie zaproszenia do panelu, ale także do rozpoczęcia współpracy przy pilotażu oraz wszystkim tym, którzy dzisiaj są z nami i podjęli się pilotowania systemu. No tutaj głównym założeniem przy pisaniu projektu i od początku było to, że my chcemy zaprojektować i zaproponować rozwiązania do tworzenia mikropoświadczeń i wdrożenia do życia publicznego, ale chcemy to zrobić w sposób bardzo praktyczny i przetestować to z podmiotami, tak aby te wprowadzane rozwiązania były już kompatybilne z tym, co chcemy zrobić. Także jeszcze raz Państwu dziękuję i dzięki temu, że pracujemy wspólnie, możemy razem pracować nad standaryzacją, nad jakością oraz także nad rozwojem aplikacji Odznaka Plus. Przez 1,5 roku projektu udało nam się rozpocząć współpracę z 30 podmiotami i jest to znacznie więcej niż na początku planowaliśmy. I co ważne, dobór tych podmiotów jest taki, aby sprawdzić mikropoświadczenia w różnych środowiskach. Stąd dzisiaj mamy tutaj uczelnie, mamy biznes, mamy NGO-sy, fundacje czy podmiot tak wyjątkowy jak szpital, tak? Który kiedy Ziemek właśnie zaproponował dołączenie tego podmiotu, było dla mnie takim, przyznam, dosyć dużym zaskoczeniem, ale jak widać, mikropoświadczenia mają zastosowania w bardzo wielu środowiskach. Co ważne, co się dzieje w pilotażu, to chyba to, co najważniejsze, to znaczy mikropoświadczenia są opisywane, powstają i są wydawane za pomocą aplikacji odznaka plus i zaczynają krążyć już po świecie. Jakie teraz przed nami wyzwania? W związku z tym, że no Michał tutaj się zaczął chwalić, więc ja także będę się chwalić. W związku z tym, że mikropoświadczenia okazały się naprawdę ogromnym sukcesem i jest bardzo duże zainteresowanie tym tematem, to już niedługo zostanie otwarta kolejna ścieżka pilotażowa dedykowana dla szkół wyższych. Muszę przyznać, że jeżeli chodzi o zainteresowanie szkolnictwa wyższego mikropoświadczeniami, to przerosło to nasze najśmielsze oczekiwania i bardzo szybko stało się dla nas jasne, że musimy tę potrzebę zaopiekować. Kolejnym wyzwaniem jest to, że chcielibyśmy, aby mikropoświadczenia stały się powszechne na rynku pracy, zintegrowane z rynkiem pracy, powszechne także w środowisku edukacyjnym, a za tym idzie upowszechnianie zarówno idei mikropoświadczeń, ale także w kontekście idei uczenia się przez całe życie. I jakie teraz przed nami perspektywy? Przede wszystkim połączenie aplikacji z węzłem krajowym, co da nam wiele możliwości na integrację aplikacji z różnymi systemami, ale także na weryfikację tożsamości podpartej takim niekwestionowanym autorytetem państwa. I na sam koniec, chociaż wydaje się, że jest to dla nas najważniejsze, czyli w perspektywie realizacja głównego celu naszego projektu, czyli stworzenie rekomendacji do wdrożenia mikropoświadczeń do polityk publicznych. I tutaj to działanie będzie ukoronowaniem całego naszego projektu i nie tylko działań pilotażowych, które oczywiście według mnie są najważniejsze, ale także działań prowadzonych przez zespół badawczy, przez zespół merytoryczny, przez zespół deweloperski, który prowadzi rozwój aplikacji, oraz przez zespół upowszechniający, który dzisiaj jest twórcą tego wspaniałego wydarzenia. Dziękuję.
Bardzo dziękujemy. Proszę o klaski dla wszystkich. Bardzo usłyszeli Państwo wiele naszych doświadczeń. Pozwolę sobie je zebrać i tutaj przekazać, jaka jest największa wartość tego. No, wartość jest taka, że mieliśmy na początku projektu wiele założeń, które udało nam się zweryfikować, otworzyć się na nowego rodzaju podmioty bardziej, tak jak tutaj szkolnictwo wyższe, jak kwalifikacje dla innych branż niż tylko branża ICT, na podejście pozarządowe. I tą drogą będziemy dalej podążać, doskonaląc nasze założenia do rekomendacji dla systemu mikropoświadczeń w Polsce. Bardzo dziękuję.
Dziękujemy.
Może mnie słychać cudownie. Bardzo dziękuję. Bardzo poproszę jeszcze raz o wielkie brawa dla naszego moderatora i dla wszystkich panelistów. Bardzo pięknie dziękuję Państwu. Przede wszystkim za to podzielenie się wiedzą i waszymi doświadczeniami, bo te doświadczenia z praktyki są tak naprawdę chyba najcenniejsze. Moi drodzy, przed nami to, na co wiem wszyscy czekali, czyli popatrzę na zegarek, 30 minut przerwy kawowej, czyli punktualnie 11:05 spotkamy się tu ponownie. I mówię, co następuje. Będziemy się dzielić, moi drodzy, na podgrupy. Czyli tak, polityki publiczne, tu w sali głównej. Rola technologii, No gdzieżby indziej jak nie w sali technology. Standardy funkcjonowania, ta sesja w całości w języku angielskim będzie się odbywać w sali science. Organizatorzy przy salach oczywiście będą pomagać znaleźć wam odpowiednie miejsce, a jeśli ktoś zapomniał, gdzieś się zapisał, albo na przykład ma ochotę, nie wiem, zmienić salę, bez problemu, słuchajcie, nie sprawdzamy listy obecności, także widzimy się za pół godziny, tak jak powiedziałem, dokładnie 5 po 12, a potem powiem, co dalej, także teraz pysznej kawusi, dziękuję i do zobaczenia. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, everyone. I hope the coffee was strong, the conversations inspiring, and the Wi-Fi working. Now we're entering the public policy stream, where we ask big questions. How do we make microcredentials work in a big system, and how we do it without losing our minds in the process? How it works? It's simple. Each speaker has 20 minutes, followed by 10 minutes for discussion and questions for the audience. Yes, you're expected to participate. Yes, there will be a microphone, it's a proof. And yes, I will be watching a time. Ladies and gentlemen, our first speaker comes from European Center for the Development of Vocational Training. She's here to talk about the bold new shape of learning and work. Please welcome Anastasia Pudiu. Anastasia, stage is yours.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the organizers for this important meeting. I'm very happy to be with you and quite excited actually to hear already from the morning all the different developments that are taking place in the Polish context. And I can say that many other countries in Europe can learn from these examples, and this is what I will also refer to. So before starting, let me see how that works. Anyway, it goes a bit faster. So I'm working at CEDEFOP, which is the European Center for the Development of Vocational Training. We try to work closely with member states, with the European Commission, with social partners, and we also try to ask concrete questions that are related, of course, not only to this important topic on micro-credentials, but more broadly, the whole, let's say, discussion on the qualification structures and qualification systems in countries in Europe. And of course, we have been doing this work many years now. But the reason why I'm here is mainly to present, let's say, the insights that we collected from the CEDEFOP research on micro-credentials for vet and labor market-related education and training. And I can tell you, when we started back in 2019, not many people had an idea of what micro-credentials are, and I was very happy that before, let's say in the first session, our moderator was actually trying to find, a kind of a metaphor for micro-credentials. And I can say, well, from my experience, micro-credentials are mainly something that, of course, it's small. The word micro comes from Greek, which is mikros, meaning something of a small, of a short duration. But in essence, if we think about the way people learn, maybe we can reflect on micro-credentials as something which can be bite-sized pieces of learning, like this short mini tastes of learning that you can get, but perhaps they are so important and so tasty that they can stay with you for a long time. So in that sense, using metaphors is always a good idea. So, as I said, when we started in 2019, well, there were not that many insights we could get. These micro-credentials word was a kind of a buzzword, if I may. Even it was considered a policy hype. There was a lot of criticism. I mean, will it actually replace or, let's say, have a new role with regards to formal qualifications, for example? Well, our study, which started in 2020, actually tried to somehow draw a picture and to show what is really the case. And we were very much interested in the understandings of the member states, what really people from the ministry, but not only from the employment side, would tell us about microcredentials, their characteristics, what are, let's say, the common denominators. So for this reason, we did a study that had 3 main areas. First of all, we did this extensive mapping exercise. We had an important stakeholder group survey across member states in Europe, and we collected a lot of insights. And of course, all the publications we have produced are publicly available in CEDEFOP's website. But we were also interested in the added value for end users. This is very important. Why do we really talk about microcredentials? For whom are they meaningful? For what type of end user do we talk about? Is it a learner, an employer, let's say a training provider, a policymaker? We really need to consider for whom they work best. And of course, we are very much interested in understanding their links with qualification systems. This is a very important element, right? Because microcredentials did not just appear all of a sudden. They are a kind of an element that actually came in essence to threaten or to shake a bit, not threaten, to shake actually the terrain of the formal qualification system in a way and maybe challenge, the traditional education practices. So in that sense, their links with qualification systems are very important. So we did that study for 3 years, like from 2020 to 2023. And afterwards, the European Commission, of course, was ready to prepare the Council recommendation on the topic. And they produced a staff working document that CEDEFOP tried to contribute to a great extent, especially with regards to vocational education and training. Afterwards, of course, when we received that Council recommendation, we were very happy and very pleased because it was a way for countries and for representatives, let's say, of member states to understand what we are really talking about. There is an official definition of the topic. And of course, Ms. Anna Bańczyk in the morning mentioned the standard elements and then concrete criteria behind these definitions. And of course, if you read it very carefully, you will see there is a lot of guidance and important information in that Council recommendation. Now, of course, what is happening at the European Commission level, yes, we have this important document, but what member states are doing? How do they progress? How do they really manage to, at the end of the day, to make this whole thing happen? What are their developments? This is what we try to do. And for this reason, having in mind the 3 different publications we have produced, we decided to extend our research to deepen our understanding and have a better look not only at qualifications within the formal system, but mainly qualifications outside formal education and training. This is a very important part, because one thing is that you are going to get, for example, a short degree, maybe you attend a course that maybe can be stackable, maybe it can be added to a full degree diploma. But what if you are actually trained and you're attending a course in order to become more employable? And do the employers really recognize that type of training and learning? This is for us a very important question. And we will try, in essence, to understand better arrangements that are related to quality assurance of microcredentials. Without quality, we can't really talk about good credentials, I would say. Recognition is a key element, it's a key aspect, and now with the new Union of Skills document, it's everywhere, it's an important word. We really need to make this type of learning visible. How do you really recognize short learning achievements? This is a very important current priority. And lastly, we want to understand better their labor market sector relevance. At CEDEFOP, we have been doing a lot of work already from 2020 to 2023, because we wanted to understand, for example, what is happening in labor market sectors. So we collected a lot of insights already on manufacturing and retail. And we saw commonalities within the 2, let's say, occupational sectors I have mentioned, but there are also many differences. So what is really needed is to collect empirical data and evidence only by zooming in on specific sectors of the economy. And currently, with our new research, we will be focusing on construction sector, particularly focusing on the green elements. And of course, in the next year, 2026 and 2027, we will be producing concrete results and publications that will show you, examples of quality assured micro-credentials within those sectors. And of course, we will also investigate the creative and cultures industry sector, which is a very interesting one, and yeah, there's a lot of potential, if I may say so. But of course, it's the end users at the end of the day. If it's not useful for us, then why are we discussing about it? And our study already showed different benefits and different, let's say, advantages for this type of people. It's not the same if you talk about this topic to a learner, to a young person. Why would somebody be interested to acquire micro-credential? Maybe because it can allow this labor market mobility that we quite often talk about. But it also can be a way to have access to continuing learning, like all this idea of lifelong learning dimension. This is important. But it's a very different thing if you talk about it with employers. And employers are important because what we say at CEDEFOP is that micro-credentials are very much industry-led. They come from the need of the economy to, let's say, showcase very quickly in an understandable and transparent manner what is your current skill set. Employers care about formal qualifications, of course, they will never disappear, but maybe they want something more. And perhaps this micro-credentials phenomenon is a way to really show what you know now, today, and possibly what will be needed for the future. Again, if you talk about this topic to vet providers, again, there's a different discussion, and usually they try to talk about this idea of expansion of their outreach, right? For instance, they try quite often to be involved in the local, regional, and sectoral skills ecosystem. So again, the point of departure, the perspective of the person, of the end user, is quite important in that sense. But CEDEFOP, as I said at the beginning, is very much interested in qualification systems more broadly. We have an extensive knowledge about monitoring national qualification frameworks in countries, and we have been collecting a lot of data on that. And what we did, we have created an online tool which is called the NQF, National Qualification Framework Online Tool, where, as I said before, we try to monitor every 2 years and, let's say, record the developments that countries are doing in order to prepare a robust and important qualification framework. So within that work, we, of course, we conduct important surveys across member states in Europe, and we asked concrete questions about micro-credentials. And what did our evidence show, of course? It shows that, first of all, back in 2020, and then again, of course, in 2022, we had a specific number of countries and national qualification frameworks that were, in essence, opening up their frameworks to what is considered not necessarily formal type of learning of qualification. It could be like non-formal qualification in that sense. But we also saw that this number is really increasing, is really growing. Even within 2 years, we saw 3 countries being added. And we also observed that there are 10 national qualification frameworks at the moment that are already including or are very much opening up their frameworks to qualifications that come outside the education and training system, and this is very important. Here I can show you an example of Croatia, for instance, where you see, again here, what they're trying to do. They refer to the topic by using the term micro-qualifications, and this is fine. I would like really to highlight this aspect. It's not important to focus on the term. It can be a micro-credential, a micro-certificate, a micro-qualification. You can name it whatever you want. That's fine. What is really important is what is hidden behind. What are the characteristics? What is the profile of this type of credential we talk about? This is key. So here we see that in Croatia, 3 types of micro-qualifications are already part of their adult education system. So you see, micro-credentials as an idea fits very well with this idea of lifelong learning, continuous learning, and adult education pathways. But also at the same time, higher education institutions can also offer themselves lifelong learning programs. And in that sense, they are very important stakeholders in the Croatian system. But if, for example, we go to Netherlands and we see different examples, we see, for instance, micro-credentials awarded outside formal education. This is already happening, and they are already included in the national qualification framework. So you see, there's a specific process where it actually requires a validity check of the training provider. It's very important to understand who is a good, let's say, quality assured training provider in that sense. And then, of course, providers need to apply for a level classification because we are talking about levels in a qualification framework. And imagine in the future if all or most of the micro-credentials we are now discussing, if they are integrated in a formal qualification system, what does that mean for the end user? How visible they will be, how recognized they will be at the national level. So it's important to capture these developments. Of course, we see that NQF's national qualifications frameworks are important. They contribute to the transparency procedures. They are a kind of a quality stamp that if you have like a level, let's say, being there, let's say in the certification, that is already showing you the way forward, how you can potentially advance to higher levels of education. And in essence, it's a way to support lifelong learning, right? And to promote mobility, permeability within the system, because national qualification frameworks are a way to capture the dynamics of VET, higher education, general education, adult education. So they are really comprehensive in nature. They are very important instruments. Quite often we call them as social constructs. They try to capture the national specificities. And I think in that sense, micro-credentials can be, at specific occasions, very well fitting those frameworks. I drafted a working paper about the future, of course, of micro-credentials. And in my effort to do that, I had to design these 4 scenarios. And as I said before, it is really important to understand what type of micro-credentials we're discussing here. Is it actually a kind of an offering that it comes from the supply side, the education and training provider, or is it something that really comes from the demand side of things? So in that sense, you'd have scenario 2, which is mainly supply-driven micro-credentials, but they are mainly for labor market entry. So this is in essence talks about industry certifications or professional certifications, and the purpose of those types of credentials really matters. At the same time, you might have, and as we heard today, initiatives from companies, from the industries, like maybe it can be a technology company, like in health sector, or robotics, as we heard before. So companies themselves can become the training providers, and they can, of course, issue types of micro-credentials that we can see here in scenario 3, and they are very important for career progression and for employability. But what happens with the 4th scenario, which is the orange one? What happens and what will be the future of micro-credentials trying, to have a kind of a social inclusion role, a social inclusion function? How do you really cater for those who are in need, the disadvantaged group, the vulnerable groups, the migrants perhaps? Are you in a position to really record and recognize, let's say, their potential, their skill set, and is it really seen in the specific national context they are placed? So in that sense, I think there are different dynamics and tensions that are being said that we need to capture. Now, of course, we had a very, let's say, not complex, but okay, an important analytical framework we were using. We always try to situate the context between the public and the private sphere, if I may, and quite often, and specifically in this study that we are now embarking on, we are very much interested in that part of the labor market where we have micro-credentials either as integrated parts or formal qualifications, perhaps, but mainly we are interested in the ones that are offered outside the formal education training system. And I can tell you it's a very ambitious goal, and because the labor market out there is very diverse. How do you really map all types of micro-credentials that are already existing in that sense? So for this reason, we have a concrete research question we're asking, and next year we will publish a report based on these questions. So our main concern is, what are the main features, let's say the common denominators, or even types of characteristics, features of micro-credentials in European labor market-related education and training? It's a huge task. And already we're running a survey, an important stakeholder group survey to answer that question. We also care a lot about their function. We need to understand why these micro-credentials exist, or the ones that are going to be designed in the future. I mean, what will be their purpose, their function? If you think about they are, in any case, and will be issued by a vast, let's say, number of providers of institutions, we need to consider always for the benefit of the end user. Why would I need to really acquire micro-credentials currently? What would be the main function, and what would be, let's say, the added value in that sense? Doesn't move. All right. Okay, right, thank you. And then, of course, we are very much interested in recognition arrangement, and quality assurance. And here you can see there are, for example, yeah, doesn't work well. But for the quality assurance part, there are different characteristics that we care about quality assurance processes. We also are interested very much in the assessment part, if it's an internal, external assessment that takes place, the certification, how is it done. And of course, here you can see in that slide, again, the concrete function and purposes of those credentials outside formal education and training. It can be mainly for labor market advancement or to facilitate, let's say, further learning. How do they really enable upskilling and reskilling, let's say, pathways? And of course, the social inclusion aspect, which is for us very important. How do they really promote equity, especially for groups that are in need of that? Of course, recognitions, as I said before, is a very important term, and we saw that micro-credentials can be a way to recognize learning, but actually they can also be a doorway for recognition in two ways. Mainly one is related to education and training purposes, and we can here the concrete, let's say, definition where micro-credentials are mainly the formal acknowledgement. I think this word is important. How do you really acknowledge that type of training and learning, and who is doing that? A competent, of course, recognition entity and authority in order to provide the applicant with the right to apply for an admission or even an exemption of a study program. And I think our study already has showed concrete examples of countries that are using micro-credentials within that first, let's say, goal. But at the same time, micro-credentials have this other function, and the reason why recognition is important in that sense, of course, is the employability purpose. Again, we are discussing here the acknowledgement process of micro-credentials by an employer in order to provide an applicant the possibility to get really employed and to progress in the job market. And I think this is important. Again, if we discuss recognition, we need to consider which is the provider in those two, let's say, contexts, and in what sense recognition really takes place. Now, of course, language is an issue. We talk about recognition. It can be all sort of things: accreditation, prior learning, assessment, accreditation of prior learning, prior experiential learning, so on and so forth. But my message here is we don't care about the term as such, but the processes behind. This is important. Now, quality assurance, as I said before, we are also interested in those questions you can see, which are the elements to consider micro-credential as quality assured. And our study in 2026 will have concrete replies to those questions. So we would like to understand from member states what are the mechanisms they are using in order to quality assure their offerings. Quite often, things that are already taking place in the formal education system can be very inspiring and can be a lesson learned also for activities or micro-credentials offering outside the formal system. This is important. Again, we need to consider standards, whether, for example, quality assurance processes are, let's say, informed by regional and international standards and guidelines. This is an open question for us at the moment. And lastly, of course, what is the role of labor market stakeholders? Before, with Wendy Suzuka, we were discussing the fact that we were very pleasantly surprised by the Polish context to see that there are many different types of stakeholders in the same table, and this is a key element in the process. If you are going to integrate representatives of the labor market, employers or employee associations even, this is a crucial element to drive this situation and discussion forward. So in that sense, we are interested in understanding better their role. Of course, quality assurance, yeah, it's a huge topic. These are, of course, I'm not going to read that slide for the sake of time, but you can see we're interested in the features of quality assurance systems, the processes in itself, the outcomes, and any other additional features, meaning what other the regulations that might be existing, that we can relate those to ensure that there is a very important stakeholder engagement in this discussion. Of course, a very important goal for the future is the labor market sector relevance of micro-credentials. And at the European level, we discuss a lot about the twin transition, the focus on greening and digital. So where do micro-credentials fit in all this discussion? Well, I can say that they have an important role to play. They actually serve multiple purposes, right? And we see quite often, particularly centers Councils of Vocational Excellence, the COVIs as we know them, are key players, to take this discussion forward with their focus on green, on digital. They are really innovative because they create, let's say, knowledge hubs. They are really performing themselves in an ecosystem. So in that sense, they try also to contribute to these purposes. And in essence, we can say micro-credentials can really provide a very quick and targeted response in that sense in order to meet the needs of the specific skill set required by the labor market. Now, currently, what we will do, as I said at the beginning, we will focus on these two sectors, construction sector and the creative and culture industry sector, and we'll have a concrete mapping exercise of those two important occupational sectors that you will hear later on. Now, as we discuss this topic on the twin transition, yeah, this thing doesn't really, yes, it works at some time. I can hear it. Yeah, of course, they are quite promising. Micro-credentials are promising, we all know that. But getting things right is not easy. For me, it's like a balancing act. We need to be sure of, let's say, their challenges and their strengths. It's a kind of a visionary aspect, but we really need to consider mainly the problems at the moment, because in 2025, we know now that they are a very important, let's say, development. It's a way really to upskill the people and users. It's a way to respond currently to the labor market needs, but maybe we still need to try a bit more. Why is that so? I think these weaknesses that I'm reporting here are very important. There is still some uncertainty. There are people asking me, Anastasia, in my context, people don't understand still this word, right? And I said, look behind the scene, look and try to understand what exactly are we talking about. A small volume of learning, the hours, the credits, who is providing it, for what reason, will it be digital, paper-based, whatever, all these different aspects, of course. So this idea of confusion, yeah, it makes sense. It's the current state of play. But for this reason, there are steps to be made in order to build trust in micro-credentials. And here I'm just proposing ways to build trust. It's important to understand who is the provider. The reputation of education and training providers really matters here. And that is why countries that develop registers or catalogs of accredited training providers are really advancing, and they are very innovative, and they can serve as a good, let's say, inspiration example for other countries perhaps to follow. But again, we need concrete metadata in order to allow some kind of internal insights, or not necessarily comparisons, but in order to be able to zoom in on the profile of these types of credentials. And of course, we need to have robust skills intelligence. As I said, they come from the labor market. They are a way to show us what employees really need, and in order to do that, you need to have good skills intelligence systems in different countries in Europe. The future of micro-credentials, of course, is the future of learning, of working. Well, they are considered, in essence, a learning revolution. Yeah, I can say that's the case. That thing doesn't go back, but still, it's a learning revolution. But for me, what really matters is that for change to happen, it really requires some time, right? So we need to understand that quite often, for example, for a member state to develop a qualification system, or even to adapt to the new circumstance and integrate this new phenomenon of micro-credentials, that might require some time. And for this to happen, what is really needed, we need to have different labor market stakeholders and different representatives of the ministries, of research institutions, of policymakers together in order to make, the phenomenon really work and really happen. So for this reason, what we did, as I said, we have published an important stakeholder group survey. Here you can see a QR code. I would like you to scan it possibly with your mobile phones. This is still ongoing. It's open until the, of course, 27th of June, but our idea is to extend it a bit more. We are really asking you concrete questions on micro-credentials, specifically that you might know, you are aware of, and we definitely need to also record them and, you know, take them into account in our new CEDEFOP research. And trust me, your opinion counts. It really matters to us. We really need to talk to all of you, to people out there, in order to be able to collect concrete examples of these types of micro-credentials so as to show them, you know, more publicly, like in a European context, so that others can learn from what you will be reporting to us. So please feel free to reply. And these are my contact details, the link to the project page and publications we have done. And I was very happy also to prepare different podcasts on the topic. So in case you would like to hear more, please access those links, and I'm here to reply to any question you might have. Thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you very much, Anastasia. Anastasia Priu. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Q&A, so questions and answers. So now it's time for questions. Who would like to be the first brave? Yes.
Thank you for your inspiring presentation. On a slide with the graph, you had energy poverty as a bullet point. And that intrigued me. If you can go back on with your presentation, forward, whatever, the one with the funny graphs.
Ah, okay. Yeah, hoping that thing that is not.
Możemy coś zrobić z tym klikerem, bo on rzeczywiście jest trochę zero-jedynkowy, czyli raz działa, raz nie. Jeżeli mogę, to nawet fizycznie.
Go on.
Okay, I will try. It's not an easy task, but you're asking.
Sorry.
Not so easy.
Okay.
Please say stop.
Yes, I will.
Yeah, I will try. I'm hoping that when I stop, it doesn't keep on going. That's what happened to me before, but okay.
Then you can go back.
Sorry for this delay. So again, you can see my slides. You see? Interesting. All right. Okay.
Welcome to the quiz show, Microcredentials.
Yes. Let's see, it doesn't go fast. Maybe.
That
one?
Yes. There, you see, address energy poverty. What do you mean by that? At the bottom, look. Action areas, address energy poverty.
Yeah, well, actually, that nice visual, it's infographic. Well, we used a graphic designer to produce, then this is just a capture of different graphs we had in a conference we did back in 2021 when we were discussing this important topic. And the addressing poverty, first of all, I will go to that one. This is very much related to this idea of the scenario I mentioned before. How do you really create micro-credentials that have a social inclusion role? How do you really cater for those that do not have access, for example, to digital education, to internet? How do you really allow those people to re-enter education training and have this upskilling that it's so much needed, especially for those? And if you think about what is happening currently at the political level, the different countries, we are in so much instability. I think now more than ever, we really need quick solutions in order to have people that, you know, might have perhaps a skill set, some qualification that is not well recognized, and give them another opportunity to integrate. And the energy, of course, it's very much related to the greening, let's say, aspect. As I said before, we will be exploring construction sector in the future for the focus on greening, because there is a lot of developments happening horizontally at different occupations and occupational sectors, and this focus on energy, like how do you respect sources of energy? How do you make jobs and occupations more green? You know, there's a lot of research that is already ongoing from CEDEFOP sites on greening. So in that sense, we find micro-credentials can be an instrument to support these processes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks to you.
The next question, I see.
Thank you. Dear Madam, thanks a lot to all the organizers for being a part of this wonderful event. By the way, I've understood the energy poverty with this simple outcome that you represent the energy that should all us empower into poverty about the digital credentials, because I believe there is no one around here who would doubt that it's useful, necessary, and it's a future. Being hands-on project person representing Europass and Euroguidance Center in Poland, previously managed by the CEDEFOP, and actually at this stage managed by the European Commission DG EMPLO. I'd like to ask about 3 simple, possibly useful things that we should carry out of this session in terms of the political guidelines that we should all carry out from here to be aware where to go further in this marvelous process. Since we have the best brains, best global brains about the issue around here, so I'd like to ask, is there a possibility to make 3 suppositions, 3 propositions, 3 concrete outlines that we should get out of this room in our minds to be empowered in the future actions of us all? Nevertheless, some of us representing business, some of us representing NGOs. I represent GONGO, Michał Nowakowski represents, and the Institute represents one of the most significant stakeholders globally and in Poland about this. And is there anything that you could put forward about this? Thanks a lot for inspiring presentation.
Thank you. Very, very interesting question. Thank you for asking. 3 things then. I will try to do that. Although I can talk about this topic for many perspectives, but 3. First and foremost is the language behind micro-credentials. For me, it's a very important aspect, and I didn't touch upon it in my presentation now. Learning outcomes is an important element. Learning outcomes is an approach at the European level that's actually, like, let's say, the language behind learning, right? Like if you talk about formal qualifications, and then I also showed you this example of NQFs, it's level descriptors that are based on learning outcomes. What is learning outcomes? Is the knowledge, the skills and competencies that somebody would have at the end of the learning process, but it's also about responsibility and autonomy of your own learning. And for me, it's a very important perspective, because learning outcomes, in essence, can be very specific. They can show concretely the skill set that is needed for an employment in the future. But the problem lies that many times people might not be quite aware of the fundamentals of learning outcomes definition. How do you really define a program based on that language? And for this reason, I can tell you CEDEFOP will invest important resources in the future to create an online tool that can guide practitioners and policymakers on how to use learning outcomes approach to design types of learning, all types of learning, not only qualification, formal qualifications, but also micro-credentials, validation, and all other arrangements related to that. This is the first point, right? Second point, quality assurance, as I said before. If you are not quality assuring such a process, end users will not trust it and they will not go for it, and it will just remain a discussion among ourselves here in that room. You need to have good, robust mechanisms and systems that can assure that somebody acquires something. It can be digital. I don't mind for the format. Digitalization is a way to show something not in paper-based, in another format, interoperable, and for all the benefits we know. But at the end of the day, it has to show in a very transparent and quality-assured manner what you are able to demonstrate in life. I mean, this is important. And the last but not least important aspect is what I kept on saying, this idea of engaging the important people at this discussion. And it cannot be just one ministry. For example, in Greece, when I come from, it's Ministry of Education, Ministry of Labor. They have to really talk themselves. You know, they have to talk in a creative and constructive manner so as to make things happen. But it's not only the ministries, as I said, there are so many people, and especially the end users. We should have also learners, users, like, you know, that are potentially interested in acquiring micro-credential. Where is their voice? So it should not remain only in the public policies. This is the panel that we talk about public policies, but why are we discussing? We are discussing everything for the learner, for the user, the worker. So they are important as well.
Very interesting point of view. Thank you very much. Forgive me, but I promise you that I will be watching the time, so it will now. It was the last question. So, Anastasia, thank you very much. Thank you. It's really a pleasure to. Thank you. Thank you. Great start, really. Time for the next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, from Paris to policies, our next speaker knows what it takes to turn ideas into impact. Please welcome Shizuka Kato from OECD, the only place where data has its own passport. Microphone and stage is yours. It works, yeah.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Shizuka Kato. I'm originally from Japan, but I'm currently based in France, working for the OECD, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. And I'm a big fan of Poland personally, so it's my great pleasure to be here. I like julek and then cutlet and pierogi, everything, so I'm very happy to be here. Just quickly on the OECD, in case you've never heard of it, it's an international organization with the membership of 38 countries across North and South Americas, Asia Pacific, and Europe. But we also work with countries outside the membership, and our role is really to support countries develop and implement policies for better life and society. So today, I will talk about three things. What are micro-credentials, an overview of what we are doing at the OECD, and then the public policies. And I understand that you are quite of like an expert audience, so I'm not going to spend too much time on the definition, but I will still cover. Just wanted to check where you are from. So I will ask whether you are policymakers or from the private sector or from the higher education sector or school education sector. So if you could raise your hand and I can understand who you are, and then I can modify or tailor my presentation to the needs of the audience. Are you a policymaker? Okay. And are you coming from the higher education sector, university sector, school education sector? Okay, and then the private sector, business representatives. Okay, wow, amazingly, it's really like equal. So it's a great representation, and this shows that Poland is really working on this agenda together, just like Anastasia highlighted. So yeah, okay, thank you very much. So what are we all talking about? At the OECD, in 2021, we reviewed different definitions, and then these are very, very basics. But that was the only thing we could do because the defining micro-credentials is actually one of the most difficult things. And they are smaller, I think we all agree, smaller than traditional education training programs, more targeted. So compared to bachelor's degree in law, it will be a micro-credentials on environmental law, specific aspect of environmental law, and more flexible, so they are often offered online or hybrid, but also in person as well. By the way, I think the presentation will be posted online later on, so you don't have to feel pressure to take notes or a photo. And then what are their characteristics? Because before we started talking about micro-credentials, there were already many short learning opportunities. So it's not particularly new. And why are you making a big deal out of this? And here, these are the four characteristics I think that makes micro-credentials different from the other learning opportunities. One, labor market orientation. Well, it's mainly in the higher education sector, but when we are talking about micro-credentials specifically, we are increasingly talking about collaboration with labor market. Two, online provision. So it's not just about online provision, as I said, but the micro-credentials emerged during the pandemic. So there are more micro-credentials offered online than the traditional shorter learning opportunities. Then we also talk about stackability quite a lot. So it's not just micro-credential itself. They are not at the end. That then they build on the larger qualifications so that you do one micro-credential and you do another to combine and stack together. And lastly, cross-sectional. We already talked about it a lot. Anastasia highlighted that Poland is really doing well on this. And so that's also a new aspect or something we quite often do in the micro-credential discussion. I wanted to be concrete on what I'm talking about, so I'm just giving you an example. And Ireland is one of the countries leading in the microcredential area. And I was really interested in this course, Cheese Science and Technology, offered by the Irish Microcred Initiative. And it's at the master's level, so I think I'm not advanced enough to enroll in this course. But this is one example, and developed and delivered by industry experts. But also, microcredentials are in bed sector, as we already discussed in the morning. And this is an example from New Zealand, another leading country. And then the Google certificate. So it's not just about formal education training providers. That's also what we already discussed. And why is it important? I wanted to bring a latest result from the OECD survey of adult skills. We call it PIAC, to highlight the importance of microcredentials. So this is the share of adults participating in formal and non-formal job-related training in the 12 months prior to the survey. And across the OECD, less than half of the adults participated in the learning in the previous 12 months. So I'm not sure if you see it a lot or less, and Poland is struggling according to this survey. Maybe it's more in reality. So if we are saying lifelong learning and upskilling and reskilling are important, then we probably need to do more, and microcredential can be one answer to this. Moving on to the second topic. So what are we doing at the OECD? It's a busy slide, and my main message is that we've been working on it for some years, and the first work on microcredential was in 2019. We did a initial analysis of what's out there, and also impact, and then reviewing key characteristics of alternative credentials, including digital badges. But then, so that was the work we started based on the suggestion by Canada. But then, since then, we closely worked with colleagues from the European Commission, but also CEDEFOP, and we worked on the different aspects, mainly focusing on higher education, but increasing also on non-formal sector as well, on their impact and then their characteristics, and then of course public policies. And we worked with different countries, including the 6 countries you see here. And our most recent work is on the harmonized single microcredential framework. We are working with Hungary and Czechia to develop one single framework on microcredentials, because microcredential discussions initiated in different sectors, but sometimes these initiatives don't talk to each other. So in these 2 countries, we are working with policymakers and also practitioners to develop one single system that actors from different sectors can follow. And we just published a summary from Hungary, and yeah. But today I'll be talking about public policies, and based on the work we've done in the past. So what do I mean by saying public policies? We can talk about many different things, but today I'll focus on 4 policy instruments: regulation and guidelines, public funding, quality assurance, and information systems. And why are public policies important? And then these 4 listed reasons are not the only reasons, but I would highlight 4 of them. Public policies can set clear standards and definitions, so we can all work on the same ground. And then public policies can ensure relevance as well as quality, and encourage the development as well as uptake. And lastly, foster cross-sectoral collaboration and partnerships. Collaboration usually doesn't happen naturally. It needs to be, all actors need to be incentivized, and there needs to be a setting for all providers and actors to come together. So that's how public policies can play a role here. On regulations and guidelines, we see 2 different approaches. One is a harder approach, meaning that reinforcing microcredentials in the law. And in Spain, that was the case, and Hungary as well. I understand that was also the case in New Zealand. And softer approach, Australia, Canada, it means that you develop a guideline and then use other policy instrument to reinforce the use of the guideline. So these are the two approaches we saw. And in Spain, in the higher education sector, micro-credentials are defined as something less than 15 ECTS, but it doesn't mean that something beyond 15 ECTS are not micro-credentials. It's just that the classification in the national setting, so something beyond that could be certificates in the national context, but then in a broader definition, certificates are also micro-credentials. So it's just a definition is really national context dependent, and it's good to, the most important thing is that in the countries, all stakeholders understand what you mean by saying micro-credentials, so that you can recognize micro-credentials offered in a different institution or in a different sector. And then funding. So as I said, some countries develop a guideline and use other policy instruments to reinforce, and then the funding can also play a role here. Most often used common way of using funding is targeted funding. So governments provide funding for certain years to really develop certain agenda, and that's happening in most of the European countries, and as well as Australia and Canada I just mentioned. But here I like to highlight Netherlands. They have been doing a pilot in the higher education sector, and they are continuing, and they started the new one in the vocational education training sector. And it's interesting because it wasn't led by the government. It was started as a bottom-up approach, and then all providers came together to develop a single framework amongst the provider. So that's interesting. And in Finland and the United Kingdom, England, they are using existing financial mechanisms to encourage providers as well as learners to involve in the micro-credential space. So in Finland, as part of again, it's from the higher education sector, but from 2021, co-funding allocation for universities, it considers the number of individuals or number of credit gains through open studies, which are essentially modules of degree programs. So in the broader definition, that can be counted as micro-credentials. It's a way to incentivize traditional education and training providers to engage more in non-traditional offerings. And in England, they are doing lifelong learn entitlement, and I think it's been quite a challenge to implement. And then they plan to start in 2025, but they are now starting in 2026. But the idea is that they are extending the existing income contingent loan scheme for post-secondary education to modules. So instead of using a loan to take the whole degree program, you can use it to just do a module, so that you as a working adults or adults with family responsibilities can also use the loan to do something smaller and shorter for upskilling and reskilling. I would also like to mention individual learning account. So I understand that Poland is also working on this and discussing internationally, and many European countries are also doing the same. There was a council recommendation on individual learning account adopted at the same time as the micro-credentials. So it's sort of like a sister initiative in Europe. And I would highlight the example from Croatia and Czechia that their individual learning account pilots, as part of the pilot, some micro-credential programs are funded through individual learning account scheme. So that's how this funding instrument, meaning that the individual get funding to take training, are also used to encourage the take-up of micro-credentials. I know I'm talking a lot, but a few more slides. So yes, bear with me. And quality assurance. So here, I heard that there will be a session dedicated to quality, and it's the most important topic. I will not go into detail because there will be other great presentation following. Here, I would like to say that we see there are three approaches to quality assurance we identified. The most common emerging global trend to quality assurance is the quality assurance at the provider level, because for microcredentials, we need to make sure the quality is good, but at the same time, quality assurance shouldn't be too heavy. If it's too heavy, providers will be discouraged, especially private providers, and also it will hinder innovation, because while you are going through the quality assurance process, the world of the work will be changing, so the content needs to be adjusted. So we always need to balance the quality and also the burden on providers. And in most countries, it's institutional level, so meaning that the public authorities review whether providers have a good system in place to ensure the quality of their offerings. And the second is at the program level. We don't see many examples because it's very costly to review every single microcredential programs. But then in some cases, governments use different approaches for different providers. And in New Zealand, for instance, universities can offer programs, so they have a self-accredited status, and then for them, quality assurance is done at the institutional level, but for other providers, it's done at the program level by NZQA, New Zealand Quality Assurance Agency, Authority, Quality Authority. And the study program group level, I have an example from Estonia. I believe that there's a presenter from both New Zealand and Estonia, so I'm not going to pretend that I know more about it than them. But I just wanted to highlight that this is also an interesting example, because instead of reviewing at the institutional or program level, you review programs on the study program group. So some providers are quality assured in the field of IT, but then if you want to offer a new program in health, then you have to go through a new process. And that's also one way to ensure balance between quality and regulation. Lastly, on information systems, Anastasia highlighted at the end of her presentation that learners can be confused. So we can't leave them confused, and then we need to help them get information and also navigate the complex microcredential landscape. Many countries are developing online portals. Online provision, online support is not the only way, but it's increasingly a very, very important way. I have an example from Ireland and Singapore here. In both cases, they are combining it together with off-site support, like advertisement at the station, metro station, or in Singapore, there's a festival, lifelong learning festival every year, organized in a supermarket or like different places. So it's always a combination of online information provision and off-site, offline provision. Yes, so these are the links to different publications. We have many. Then lastly, we talked about individual learning accounts, and then I had the pleasure to work on this topic as well. We are launching a new report at the end of this month. So if you are interested in joining us for the webinar, you are very much welcome to do so. And that will be the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shizuka Kato from the OECD. Any questions? Don't be shy, please. It's your moment. Yes. The microphone is yours. So.
Thank you very much for inspiring presentation. My name is Lucas Sar, and I'm working at the University of Łódź, but I'm also dealing with adult learning. So the question would be, the key message stemming from your experience and presentation related, how can we embed the micro-credentials and idea into the skills ecosystems that are around Europe in terms of financing or co-financing? I mean, in which way we can try to embed the micro-credentials with the instruments and measures that we already have, like individual learning accounts or other programs which provide co-financing to skills development with the use of micro-credentials.
Thank you very much. Is it possible to get my slides back, or is it too complicated?
I don't.
Well,
I hope that it's not so complicated.
I can't go back.
Which one?
I just wanted to go back to the funding slide.
Oh, yeah. Now
Yes,
it works.
here, C.
Yeah.
Or maybe B.
B.
Yeah. So yes, I understand that it was about the skills ecosystem, but focusing on financing, right? So I think here the inclusion in core public funding and the extension of loan schemes is one way in the higher education sector. So like you have some financing system for adult learning or informal education already. So instead of developing something new, it's always a good idea to build on what you have and include micro-credentials. So one way we can do for higher education or vet schools would be as part of the annual funding allocation performance agreement, you could consider the development of micro-credentials or take-up of micro-credentials as part of the performance of education and training organizations. So at the university, it's not seen as something additional to what you do as teaching and research for traditional programs, but it's part of the mission. And so that's one way. And also on the learner side, if the loan system is only for degree programs or scholarships, then you don't really have a support. So one way is to extend loan schemes, but also I hear from the pilot initiative in the UK, in England, that they found that the adult learners are more against, they are not so keen to take up on loan, any more loans. Maybe because they already have a loan for apartments or other things, but they are less willing to take up loan for smaller learnings. That's what they found. So individual learning accounts could come in if your country plans to implement, because that way, the idea is that you get a certain amount of credit, learning credit, everyone or some individuals. And in France, it's implemented for 10 years. You get 500 euros every year, up to, and you can accumulate up to 5,000 euros. So if you can use that money to plan your learning, then that would probably bring micro-credentials to the broader learning ecosystem, because it's one of the options for individuals. So that was my long answer to your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who's next? Okay.
Thanks a lot once again, Konrad Romaniuk, National Europass and Euroguidance Center. Thank you for inspiring presentation. Just one little adding, the Foundation for the Development of the Educational System in Poland, which happens to be governmental organized, non-governmental organization dedicated to implement European and other funds in Polish educational system, has implemented individual learning accounts on the 2nd of June. So I believe that brings the good idea to put the analysis forward and to supplement the information here. And once again, is there a chance that you will find, just 3 outputs and 3, inspiring thoughts that we should take out of this room in terms of the political information and political insights for the future to make micro-credentials going forward globally? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So you are from Poland, right? Okay, good to know. It's very fresh then. If individual learning accounts are started in June, so we will take a look, and so you can also build on. All of you can come together to make sure that the micro-credentials are in this agenda, so that they can be also funded from the ILA funding. So the 3 points. Well, Anastasia already made very important points. I only add 2 points. So the first is that relevance. It's related to quality, but we discussed, so Anastasia highlighted that there are education and training purposes as well as labor market purposes. And here I would like to highlight the labor market purposes because I think most of education and training systems do pretty well in terms of education and training purpose micro-credentials. But for micro-credentials really leading to economic outcomes or labor market outcomes, we need to come together, and especially education and training providers as well as industry partners need to come together to see what we really need. And that would mean that the importance of skills intelligence to see what's needed in the labor market at the moment, but also in the future, but then also a mechanism to implement that information in curriculum, and also just the mechanism for collaboration, because otherwise collaboration takes more efforts and then it's quite tiring in many cases. So we don't really want to work together unless there's a mechanism to work together, incentives. And then, so that's one thing. We need the relevance and we need to know that they can actually impact the labor market. Then the second is the importance of monitoring and evaluation. We are talking about micro-credentials and saying they are important, but then if they are important, we also need to really evaluate what we do. So as part of your efforts to offer many micro-credentials, you could set the monitoring mechanisms. It could be a survey, but also maybe it could be administrative data. So you connect micro-credential programs with some administrative data like tax records or even on the program information. Then you can probably analyze afterwards who participated in the training. Did micro-credential programs really reach the audience we wanted to reach? And did they really lead to economic outcomes? And so on. So it's very important that we also think about monitoring and evaluation from the outset of micro-credential planning, and that also goes to individual learning account.
Thank you. We have 2 minutes, so the last one, short question, and please short answer. Any volunteers? Okay.
I'm from the organizer team, and I would like to share with you with our experience, with our insight from the partners, from stakeholders that we are having meetings. And it's about the definition of micro-credentials. In both your presentation, it's the idea that the micro-credentials is something smaller. Yes, and we are educating our partners with this idea that micro-credentials is a smaller volume of knowledge and knowledge, skills, and so on. And what our partners are saying, they are saying that it's not a very positive perspective because something smaller brings back its lower quality and maybe it's not so important. Then we should change our perspective and talk about shorter, something faster and shorter, not smaller. What do you think about it? Thank you.
Not smaller, but something faster and shorter. I see. So it's not, I said smaller. I think it's because based on the discussion in Europe. So I think there was a discussion like in the micro-ball working group and also at the European Commission that they should be smaller instead of shorter because there's also a case of getting a micro-credential through recognition of learning, prior learning. And if that's the case, it might be a learning based on a year, but it's a small credential. So I think that's why, and I think that's the terminology. And being short or small also means different things. So in some cases, small credentials mean like 1 year, something less than 1 year. But in many cases, it's also like a few years of, few hours of learning. So within the spectrum of being small, we are still talking about different things. And I think it's okay. They serve different purposes. And in the program of like 6 months, they are more for maybe slightly bigger upskilling and reskilling, but also like a few hours of training, short, really short ones. It might be just a top-up of knowledge for somebody working in the field and already an expert. So yeah, that would be my answer. Thank you.
Shizuka, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Shizuka Keito, thank you, thank you. And now we continue our global journey with a stop in Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, she brings the sun, the surf and fully integrated lifelong learning strategy. Please welcome Wendy Palmer, here to share how Australia is making microcredentials in Australia. Clicker and microphone.
Thank you. It's an absolute delight to be here, and I've been following with interest all of the conversations this morning, and I came here at the invitation of the organisers to share some of the experience from Australia, and it's something we've been talking about for a little while, because a lot of people outside of Australia go, wow, you've got this national micro-credential framework, how wonderful, it must be really great to have a national approach. And those of us in Australia said, it doesn't necessarily feel that way from within Australia. And so there is a group of us in a network within Australia who started looking at and analysing what was the good and bad about the framework. So that's what I want to share today. Just a little bit of background, what the framework actually was. The story so far, it's quite new. You know, it's not a finished story, it's ongoing. And I also wanted to provide some local case studies so you can see how this might be playing out in the Australian context. So what I wanted to start with, though, some fun facts. You can actually fit 13 Polands into Australia. You've got a population of about 10 million more people than we have in Australia, but we have 5 million more kangaroos than you do people. And the reason why I talk about that is because Australia is a very, very large country with a relatively small population, and we are spread around the edges, and we've had a very, very long history of distance education. We started with School of the Air way back in sort of the early 1920s and 1930s. And the university that I worked at for a number of years, 30% of people never set foot on campus, and that was prior to COVID. So in Australia, we're very used to online, distance, and a different type of education. And we have 42 universities, about 60 TAFE or vocational education systems, and we also have another 4,000 registered training organisations. So just wanted a little bit of context there. And with the national framework, it didn't land in a vacuum. It wasn't just something that came along and dropped. I think someone else this morning talked about Mozilla, and so under the line is things that were happening internationally. So Mozilla, edX, and Coursera, micro-credentials added to the EQF. In Australia, we had early micro-credential adoption. Australian universities were working on them back in 2014. Which is 11 years ago now. And then we had a number of different things looking at the qualifications frameworks, and the actual National Micro-Credential Framework came along in 2022, and it happened just after COVID, at a time when a lot of universities were having a lot of difficulties. And so it was seen as sort of, you know, here's this wonderful new thing that's come along, what's going to happen? But I just wanted to give you a little bit, go back and sort of talk about what the purpose of the framework was. And I think these things will echo with what's already been talked about this morning. So one of the purposes was very much around lifelong learning, and this approach that, you know, learning just didn't happen once and then you worked. They wanted harmonisation across the sectors. Our vet sector and our higher ed sector is actually quite divorced. They even have separate governing bodies, separate legislation. And so how do you actually provide harmonisation across those sectors and bringing industry into it? They wanted transparency and consistency. They also wanted some unifying principles for all the stakeholders, and the stakeholders were identified as the employers, the learners, the providers. You know, everybody was seen as a stakeholder, and they wanted to ensure that micro-credentials related back to industry and knowledge and skills, and were actually solving problems. So the actual definition that they came up with, and at the time, I think many of us were surprised because it was assessed learning, which is great, but it was a minimum volume of 1 hour and less than an AQF award qualification. Now, our shortest AQF award qualification is about 400 to 600 hours. So you've got this lovely range that a micro-credential can be 1 hour to 500 hours, which didn't necessarily narrow it down. It's not actually baked into the Australian qualifications framework, so micro-credentials at the moment still sit outside it, but they are seen as additional, alternate, complementary, or a component part. So they can be standalone, they can be part of a degree. So it's quite a broad definition, and that was quite purposeful because they didn't want to say to put it in a very narrow basket. But what it did do was lead to lots of different conversations about, well, what actually is it? But we'll talk more about that in a moment. But along with the definition, what they also did was they did put in minimum standards, and these actually were very useful because they helped determine what was and what wasn't. And so they said they have to have learning outcomes. It also had to include skill descriptors, and at the time that was linked back to the Australian Core Skills Framework. That's now been replaced by a national skills taxonomy, which is in progress. It said there also needs to be assessment, and importantly, the method of assessment needed to be stated. So what was in the micro-credential needed to be able to tell people what the person had to do to get it, what the learning outcomes were and what the skills were. Volume of learning, level of mastery, and again, that could either be related to the AQF or it could be related to an industry standard. So it could be AQF 8, which would be a master's level, or it could be expert or emerging or foundational, sort of from an industry level. And it could have industry recognition or credit recognition or both. But it needed these classifications. So some of the initial successes, one of the things that it did is it actually signalled that micro-credentials were something valid and they were here to stay. So a lot of people were no longer able to say, oh, it's just a fad, because we now had a policy. They were now sort of written into what we did. It provoked a lot of interest and a lot of exploration. A lot of organisations, came to universities and wanted to start talking with them and looking at how they developed. And there was a lot of innovation in credential design. What did they look like? So there were some of sort of the initial things, but we now get to what I like to call the messy middle. The framework was actually missing quite a lot of pieces of the puzzle. So the framework itself had quite a lot of good ideas and good principles, but there wasn't an implementation plan. The government just released a framework, and there was very little follow-up. There was no research base. So even in Australia, we're still really struggling with this idea of, well, what's the evidence that they actually work? What's been done? And again, there was no funding and no plan for what the research was. They're starting to catch up on that now. It was very much, because of the time it came out, the universities were struggling after COVID and very much saw this as an opportunity to replace some of the lost revenue with revenue from short courses, which had proved very, very popular during the lockdown. And so it sort of became short macro-credentials as opposed to micro-credentials. And, how can we carve up our existing degrees and just offer them as shorter courses? And we also had a lot of conversations around I think the policy. The intent was for things like access and equity, but it became then a revenue conversation. So there were quite a lot of things that sort of went wrong in that area, and without guidance or sort of a national conversation, we're still trying to recover from some of these things. So if we look at the lessons learned, one of the first things is, and I feel like I'm echoing what everyone has said this morning, get all the stakeholders to the table. And by that, it's not enough just to have the education providers or industry. You also need the government and the public sector. You need your not-for-profits. I mean, learning happens in all these different places. How do you bring all of these voices together? And most importantly, how do you also have the learners at the table? And so when it started, there was a lot of conversations that were just educators or just industry. And I think that's one of the lessons we learned is, you need to have a mechanism or some form a forum that allows you to easily bring the voices together. So I was delighted to see the panel here this morning. I thought, can I just take you all home? It was very nice. The next lesson was understanding your why. And I think this is something that's been touched on a little bit, but there was a lot of people who just said, great, we need micro-credentials. And you're like, well, why do you want micro-credentials? And it was like, oh, because everybody's got micro-credentials. You know, we should have some. And what was sort of emerging is there is actually lots of valid reasons to make micro-credentials. There isn't just one strategy. There isn't just one purpose. And, you know, are you doing it because you're wanting to build pathways into degrees? Or are you a professional association that's wanting to upskill or professionalize your members? Is it for access and equity, reputation, research translation? There's a lot of work being done in Australia at the moment around green energy and a lot of programs that are looking at things. Some of them are based on how do we actually upskill the people who are going to need to work in their sector, and then there's others that are more around things like social license and how do we actually educate communities and different areas of the public around that. So there's lots and lots of different reasons to make micro-credentials, and you need to know why you're making them because it really influences what the success is, and it really influences what you see as sort of value from that micro-credential. And there was a lot of people making them for a lot of different reasons, but often it then came back to, yes, but did they make any money? And it was like, well, not necessarily what we were trying to do. So that was sort of a very interesting conversation, because if you do the evaluation needs to connect back to the strategy or the why. And then the third one was knowing what type of credential you were doing. And this was something where micro-credentials were sort of seen as, it was almost like the micro-credential was equal to the digital credential. So you got a badge and the badge was the thing, and there wasn't this sort of clear separation between you have learning, and learning might take place in many different ways. It might be formal, informal, it could be on the job. You know, learning doesn't have to happen in a formal environment. And then the micro-credential is sort of the evidence of that learning, and that micro-credential needs to sit alongside other digital evidences, because what we're seeing is, if you look at it from a person's point of view, this is all part of their digital identity and how it fits together. Whereas in Australia, when they first came out, the whole conversation was just around sort of the badge, not understanding how that learner might want to use that badge. So it is a maturing ecosystem. It will benefit from cohesion across the sector. And there are now a lot more conversations around things like the national skills taxonomy. There's both national funding and state funding for different pilots. They're looking at how we actually work, how universities could work more closely with VET, and trying to wind back some of the policies, or not when I say wind back, remove some of the barriers that are written into policies at the moment that make it hard to have short courses that might span across the different sectors. And we also, so I'm part of the Australasian Microcredential Network, and very much looking at we need an expansive view of the possibilities, rather than trying to have these conversations where we nail it down and say, here's a single definition. I think what we've seen is that micro-credentials can be many different things, and that's okay. They can serve many different purposes, and we actually need to encourage that, so that we're not stifling it or just constraining it. And I think that's one of the things that I would actively encourage is, don't get too hung up on trying to work out what a micro-credential is. Because you won't get a single definition, and it will stop you actually moving forward. So what I wanted to do was just share a couple of different examples now of what the government's actually done. And the first one is from the Queensland government, so that's one of the states. And they've actually set out a micro-credentialing program. And where this was interesting is they've said, we want to support the development of micro-credentials. We want those micro-credentials to be not addressed by current education systems. will fund them for about €140,000 or up to €140,000 per project, and they have to meet a skills gap, and you have to have an industry partner applying for them. So you cannot apply for them as an educational institute. So you can partner with industry, and what they're trying to do is, one of the key aims is around upskilling and improving skills within Queensland. So I'll just jump over that, sort of, well, some of the core principles, aligned to workforce needs, accessible, portable, sustainable. And this just gives you an example of sort of some of the types of things that have been funded. So for example, Australian Swimming Coaches and Teachers Association applied for funding for a neurodiversity professional development course to help their swimming coaches. And again, Irrigation Australia, they were looking at practical skills, and it was a live stream, and you can see this is sort of the pilot funding. You have to be able to say how many people are you hoping to reach and what industry are you from. And I've put the link there. This is now their third funding round, and they fund about 15 projects per funding round. So it's really fascinating having a look at what industry is doing with this funding and how they're developing and who they're working with. And then this is from New South Wales, and this is an industry skills accelerator, and this was a really interesting one. In Sydney, they're building a new airport, new international airport, and what they're doing is they're actually building a new city around the airport. And in that city, they're hoping to attract advanced manufacturing, aerospace and defence, the sort of industry and the sort of jobs that sit naturally beside an international airport. And so they're actually developing micro-credentials to upskill people from that region, which was traditionally a manufacturing region, but for want of a better word, an old school manufacturing region. And so what they've done is they've had 43 micro-credentials and 1,500 participants in these courses. And these are the sorts of courses, it's all hard technical skills that they're working on. And so they've had 1,500 enrollments from 500 companies, and they've had 91% of learners think the training would benefit their careers. And again, I won't read every stat there, but this is a real example of a really targeted, locally driven area. So these are for the area, for the community, to help build out that new city. And then the final one I wanted to just share is this is a regional group, GROWE. They work with young teenagers and young adults, and actually provide short courses for upskilling and job market. And they worked with the Australian government, so this is a federally funded one, and it was with the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. And the idea was to look at a program that would help young people in regional areas enter into new roles. And these are areas where there is skill shortages and labour shortages. And so, I thought I was going to get away without without it freezing. And so they had, what I liked, they had, so far they had 72 young people go through the course, 15 to 25, with a 95% completion rate, which I think is pretty fantastic. And this is very, very recent, 7 job offers and counting. So this is a great example of a very targeted regional area, again, sort of community-based. And the reason why, again, I wanted to pick this one is this idea of why are you doing it? All of these have very, very clear whys, and they're all linked very much to, we have a problem and this is how we're trying to solve it. And I just wanted to finish up with this lovely quote that I found last year. Sorry, I've gone past it. But it was really just talking about how, oh, it's back, okay. That frameworks are very useful, and certainly we found in Australia the framework was useful. It did help with things like minimum standards and certainly igniting some of the conversations. But we also get to the point where we need to move beyond that and stop having discussions around what is the framework, what is the definitions, and actually just get on supporting and growing actual micro-credential offerings. And that is the way that it's starting to advance. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Thank you very much, Wendy Palmer. Now it's time for your questions, so feel free to use, inside voice, outside voice, even body language. So, who's first? Hands up. I see someone. Oh, no. Any questions? No questions? There is one. Yeah? Okay, thank you. I see now.
Wendy, you talked about how with the frameworks you gained clarity into what things are, and then that was not a magical solution. And you said that one of the problems was confusion or lack of clarity or transparency around why we're doing this. Have you noticed any ways of self-assessing ourselves and just looking in the mirror to figure out if our why is the right why?
Yes, one of the things that we've been focusing on and having conversations with people about is the idea of moving our thinking from the supply side to the demand side. And so a lot of the early conversations around micro-credentials were very much around what can we teach? And whereas I think we're now getting sort of a maturing in the conversation, which is around what problem are we trying to solve, who needs these micro-credentials and what do they need them for. And so this idea of being able to move the conversation from the product to the sort of, I suppose, the consumption. Who's going to use this and why? There's been a lot of conversations about, if you make a micro-credential, how many times does it, you have to run it before it's successful? And the short answer is you run it till you've solved the need. And so if you're working in a local community and you need to upskill 200 people, once those 200 people are upskilled, then you don't need to keep running it. And so again, this idea of clarity, coming back to why are you doing this and what problem are you trying to solve with it?
Who's next? Any questions? Yes, here we are.
Thanks a lot once again. I keep coming. Very refreshing again. It's a really nice to know that there is a still deeper reflection all about this, because coming from the European Commission bubble, it's not so obvious, let me say, in a diplomatic way, that we analyze the steps coming from the reasonable ideas. Yeah. So once again, just to conclude, because we've came from 3 outputs that we could take out for further the micro-credentials development, coming from CEDEFOP in Greece, going to 2 from OECD, and what can you at least one the innovative idea that we shall carry in our hearts and in our minds in our future actions, mainstreaming the process around.
Wendy, so only one, 3, 2, 1, yeah.
3, 2, 1, yes. So I think the one that I would offer is understanding what is the outcome you're actually trying to achieve. So it links back to the why. I've seen so many programs get derailed because it's not clear how you value success from them. And so if, for example, it's research translation, that's going to look very different than upskilling. It's going to look different again than pathways into degrees or employability for our existing students. So it's having that real clarity around why am I doing it, what is the outcome of it, and how am I then going to evaluate that, so that it's actually so that you can actually determine whether or not it's successful.
Okay, thank you very much. The last one? No questions? Okay, thank you. Wendy, thank you very much. Thank you very much. It was a real pleasure. Ladies and gentlemen, and that brings us to the most anticipated session of any conference, lunch. Yes, exactly. So see you back at quarter to 3 for the second part of the stream. We are going from theory to the digital ecosystem. Thank you and see you back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We now continue with the afternoon policy session. Up next, a man who thinks not only in platforms but in ecosystems. Please welcome Tim Cooper from One EdTech, here to show us how to make micro-credentials click, connect and cooperate. Tim, welcome on the stage.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tim Cooper. I am the Chief Architect at One EdTech. I'm here to talk about a trusted digital ecosystem in Europe. For those of you who are observant and looked at the schedule beforehand, let me see if this is working. So we are working. Okay. Right. Okay. Press it in the right way, in the right time. Okay. Thank you very much. Those of you who observe it will notice that I am not Jill. Jill, unfortunately, sends her apologies. She couldn't be with us today. So I'm stepping in. The question is, One EdTech. What do we mean by an open, trusted digital ecosystem? That's what we're going to be exploring today. This is the agenda that we're going to be talking about. I'm going to give you a very, very quick introduction to who we are, who One EdTech is. We're going to talk about the ecosystem approach, our approach to standards development, and I'm talking technical standards here. Where the digital credentials fit in. We have credentials, we have talk about micro-credentials and digital credentials, all these kind of words. What do they actually mean? We're going to be talking about that in relation to public policy. That's the idea. So, who is One EdTech? Our mission is all about uniting the education community to build an integrated foundation of open standards. So it's all about open standards. It's all about trying to make interoperability happen globally. We want to help reduce complexity. We want to make it easy to accelerate innovation and to support education. We've been doing this for 25 years. We're a global organization, and we work with institutions, universities, many organizations, both from the supplier side all the way through to institutions, to help actually develop standards for interoperability. So 25 years we've been doing this. Our customers or our partners, the people that we work with, are from schools, education, institutions, national ministries, all the way through to global suppliers and providers as well. And we're represented our members come from at least 32 countries. In Europe, we have members in these countries. We work with them very, very actively in all parts of education. And really what our approach is to try and bring together a community consisting where everybody from the whole ecosystem of education gets together to work on the requirements, use cases, defining the technical standards that help bring the worlds together. It's all about reducing the possibility that the wrong technical choice or the wrong product could end up with a long-term problem in a educational strategy. So it's all about trying to make it easy to move and migrate as the needs of the educational community changes. Our 3 words are open. It's all about open connectivity. It's all about making things easy and for anybody to adopt, not just our members, but the whole education community. It's about being trusted. We're talking about verifiable credentials here. We're talking about trusted credentialing. And transparency is a key part of all the standards that we build. It's really important that everybody understands how the standards work, and that there is no chance that there can be that there's kind of incentives built in for larger players or smaller players to work together. That's the whole point of this. We want to make it so that the ecosystem works well together. And innovation is a key part of all of this. So on the diagrams, we have standards, technical standards for every part of the educational landscape, whether it's assessments, whether it's content, whether it's making systems talk to each other. And in Europe, we have these ongoing initiatives going across, not just to do with credentialing, but some of them are. I've put on here also the amazing work that's happening in Poland with the rollout of open badges and the Polish credentialing that sits on top of open badges. One of the key things that we're very proud to be working with is with the interoperability framework for connecting higher education alliances together with open standards, transparent open standards. So, very, very quickly, this is a kind of high-level overview of the types of systems you get in any educational system. Student information systems, often there's a learning management system in place, various other things to do with curriculum management, managing of students, content, and all of these squares, all these different colors are different technical standards that are all free, that are all open, and all available to be used to help connect these parts of the education system. They are all designed to be used as separate pieces of a puzzle. So the whole point of this is that you do not, we have no expectation that, that anybody is going to use every standard, but it's more of a case of if you need to roll out a credentialing strategy, then there are standards that have already been developed that help you do that quicker. And that's where this fits in. And all we're going to do today is focus on this part here, this top quadrant. So open badges is a standard that was developed outside of One EdTech and then came later into the One EdTech ecosystem. And it's a standard that's been used, can I just, by a show of hands, can I just see who's heard of open badges? Great. Okay, so that's most of the room for those, I think, with the dark. That's good, exactly. So open badges is a standard that most of us heard of. We have another one called CLR as well, which is very much the same as an open badge, but intended to communicate an entire transcript for a learner. It allows you to collect groups of micro-credentials. But these are two standards that fit inside this box here, and it allows you to connect the dots between a learning management system, skills frameworks, curriculums, and credentials. So it's a way of being able to bind all these together. So, very quickly, let's just go through how this happened and where we got to today and what the future looks like. So, open badges actually started with the Mozilla Foundation back in 2010. And they released the first version of open badges. And then in 2016, they realized that this is more than just a technical standard. What we have here is a need for an ecosystem. And they wanted to go beyond the technology and look at open badges needs an ecosystem. It needs to support the wider needs to join policy and technology together. It cannot exist in the vacuum, okay? So the Mozilla Foundation reached out to One EdTech, back then we were called IMS, and from 2017, we took on the standards. And I went through a bit of this earlier on in the session in the morning, but since then, we have seen a large rise of issued badges, open badges. This is just a subset of the ones that can be counted. But we're now at the stage where the most recent one is over 154 million badges have been created. And this is only a subset of the marketplace that we can actually count. It's based on 28 issuing platforms, and so the number will increase. But the point is, credentialing, micro-credentialing is here, and it's here to stay. Now, the different types of credentials that exist started with open badges. It's a way of recognizing the single achievement that a student has been able to do. But since then, there have been other ones, like the CLR one for learning transcripts, for doing micro-credentials, for being able to group together credentials and send them further along. There's also been some work done between One EdTech and a group called HR Open Standards, and that's about aligning the recruitment market around standards-based resumes, CVs, so that it's all very well being able to issue a micro-credential or a credential or a badge of any type, but then making it so that it can be consumed and read by through the job application process is what that one's all about. And whilst this has been happening, within Europe, there's been a whole set of initiatives been going on. The Europass, the skills, the qualification framework, the skills agenda, many of the programs that we're all aware of. And where that's resulted in is right now we're at the stage where there's the ELM and the European Digital Credentials, the EDCs. And again, it's another pathway to credentialing. Now, the nice thing is, this credentialing world, we work together. It's a collaborative space. And all of these standards that we've got to in the last few years, they all share the same common foundations, the same technical common foundations, a technology called verifiable credentials. And the whole point of that is to make sure that we make sure there's interoperability between all these different standards. It's really important that we're not forcing any organization or to kind of choose a technology that's lifelong, that you can't change, right? It's all about making sure that if something stronger comes or a different set of requirements come along, that you can adapt and move. And so there's a huge activity going on between mapping between these various forms of the same underlying technology, which is a verifiable credential. Okay, we're very committed to that. So, this underlying technology, these are the points that all of these standards share. They're trusted across different systems and borders. It's all about making sure that it's transparent and portable, so the student can take their learning with them, their recognition of their learning. It's all about being flexible enough that the same underlying standard, doesn't matter which of these standards we have, these technology standards, they can adapt to the policy of a nation, both at the international level and the national levels as well. And actually what's happening in Poland here is a great example of this. They've taken one of these standards and adapted it to the Polish requirements. It can be aligned also with the EU policy and the EU initiatives that are happening. And the important thing is, these are designed to work across different sectors, whether it's through education, whether it's through vocational training or other workforce training. The whole point of this, by stacking different types of credentials as you go through life, if they all share the same common foundation, then the goal to get to the point where credentialing becomes a lifelong achievement is actually getting closer and closer. And importantly, increasingly importantly, machine readable, which means it can be used by AI. We have a whole set of standards in development right now about joining credentialing and educational information into AI systems, but in a secure, privacy-centric way. So too much to talk about in this session, but something that I'm more than happy to talk about if you want to connect with me. So the question is, how do these credentials connect with policy? And very quickly, typically, this is the kind of case that we're dealing with from a technical perspective, where you have, normally within institutions or in alliances, groups of universities, you have courses, course catalogues. We also have skills and competencies and jobs, skill requirements. So in Europe, ESCO would fit into this bucket here. And up here we have digital credentials. So whether that's open badges, whether it's the EDC, it doesn't matter which type of credentials are. At some stage, we want to be able to connect the dots. And in the middle, there are products and standards that do this, but the one EdTech look after is called CASE. CASE is a very simple standard. It's one of our most simple standards, and it's got one job, which is to connect credentials into skills and competencies and into course catalogues. That's the whole point. It's about joining the dots. So we could go through the exact specific points of how this works, but I think at this stage it's all about just blending these different pathways and showing that if a skill is recognized through a formal education or through non-formal education, through self-paced learning, through vocational, it doesn't matter. The point is, if there is a way of being able to attach that skill within the credential that sits inside somebody's wallet, then it becomes an achievable way of being able to recognize that when it comes to looking for jobs. So, very quickly, it's a huge congratulations to the team here in Poland. You are leading the way from a national perspective in being able to pull together the technology, the policy, and everything that's required to actually deliver a national level infrastructure based on open standards. It's a huge achievement. And the EU is also leading the way with the direction of bringing together skills, workforce, and education under one direction. So when it comes to the planning of the ecosystem around that, there are many, many options. The things that I would encourage and call out is that the learning and career aspirations do not end at the European borders. One of the things that we would like to remind everyone of is that when it comes to students either looking for roles outside of the EU or within the EU, and also being able to attract skills into the EU from outside, that ability to be able to understand what those credentials mean, the standards exist today to make that happen, and there are bodies who are working together with One EdTech to align those. So if you have questions about that, please come and talk to me. Open standards are here, and they provide ways to evaluate credentials from different suppliers, different technology platforms, and from different places. The only way this happens is through collaboration, through community, through openness. And there are strong alignments between One EdTech, our mission, and between the European public values. We're here as a European, we're here with a commitment to ensure that there's openness to what's happening inside Europe, with pieces of the puzzle to help attach it to the wider community out there. It's community driven. Everything we produce is free and able to be used. And the whole point of our approach to this is to make sure that every standard, every technical standard we can do is extensible and localizable. That's been demonstrated very clearly by here in Poland. So, what I would like to just to wrap up with this is I just want to just confirm that we are completely open and committed to aligning the global standards with the wider EU initiatives and everything that's going on. It's about, and it's not just a one-time activity, it is a constant activity that happens over time. As the requirements change, as policy evolves, there's a constant need to ensure that the standards remain in sync. So we have a whole set of different standards that help with this already, that have been adapted already to meet European needs and requirements, right? So I talked about CASE, which is a way of being able to align with the needs to connect microcredentials to skills. That's a part of the definition of a microcredential here in the EU, and there's a case that allows us to solve that problem. We have QTI that allows you to meet with accessibility needs. data privacy requirements can be met through some of our standards as well. And we do a service where we actually vet approximately 12,000 applications. We vet them for compliance against policy, so against security data requirements and privacy. So if you have any questions about that, please come and talk to me. Just to wrap up, we have an event in September. You're more than welcome to come and join us. It's in Delft in the Netherlands. And we'll be going into both the policy and the technical parts of credentialing in much more detail there. But one of the things that we do is we work with organisations to help certify and validate that the needs of a national level of requirements are met by the technology. We provide the tooling, we provide the diagnostics to help vendors ensure that their software meets your requirements. And so that's a key part of the bigger picture. So what I'll do there is I think I'll pause and see if there's any questions from anybody about policy and about the open standards that we have.
Team już w jakiś sposób rozpoczął, ja tylko będę kontynuował. Czekamy na Państwa pytania. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear your questions. Who's first? Yes. Just a moment. I give you a microphone. Oh, thank you. Okay.
If we go back 2 slides. Yes, I think. Oh, not this one. No, just one. So, yes. If you could expand data security and privacy and compliance with GDPR, which is very, very important. And I'm glad I saw it on your slides.
Okay, it was a point that I skipped over, so thank you for that. Yeah, we have a team whose job, that's all they do, is they vet the applications against different rubrics, which are very compliant with GDPR and privacy. It also extends into AI as well. We have other rubrics. But the critical task of ensuring that if you are procuring an application or a service, that it aligns with this, we do all that vetting up front, and we offer certifications around that as well. So thank you.
I have a microphone. Any volunteers? Who's next? Everything is clear, yeah?
Great, thank you.
Thank you, team. Thank you. That's okay. I keep it. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, now let's take a look at the Estonia's turning policy into action. Estonia, the country that digitized everything before it was cool. And our speaker is right in the middle of it. Please welcome Katrin Mak, Head of Continuing Education at the Estonian Quality Agency for Education. Stage is yours. Speaker, microphone.
Good afternoon. I can't see nothing, to be honest. But let's go to the study case again. We heard in a morning session about Australia. Where is Australia? Yeah, hello. Now about Estonia. And as you see, I am from Estonian Quality Agency for Education. I'm working with continuing education. And this called lifelong learning or continuing education or adult training or whatever we call it, it doesn't matter about the terms. It's about the content, what we do. In different countries, we are naming it slightly differently. And I am head of this small team. And in an Estonian case, Microcredentials quality assurance belongs to this team. Yeah, that's for a beginning to understand. And we now will look into the legislation process and also a little bit about the background, of course, in Estonia, what is the market overall, where we are in place. We will talk about the act or this legislation part. We will talk a little bit about the process, how it went, how long it took to get there where we are now. Yes, we are a digital country. Yes, correct, you are, of course. And then let's see, if will be some questions, I will try to answer to them also. But let's start from very beginning to explain a little bit our background. Yes, we have only a million people, 1.3 million people living there. We are absolutely little, really small country. It's no doubts about this one. We have about 500 general schools. We have vocational education institutions, 30 around, a little bit more, and then 13 higher education institutions. That's the field where we operate on the formal education part. And here is no news. This is for European people quite clear, but just to understand where it goes, it's the age is going on the left side, where we start, where the basic education and where it goes. That's the picture of the background. Secondly, there is the nice metaphor of the tree. And as you see, the apples on the tree, this is not apple, it's like real apple, what you can eat, yeah? What you can like measure later on, sweet or not sweet. And that's the all our formal education. But take a look on this gray part, where is lifelong learning. And this is not just like this. You will see now why it's here. It's actually here because of that our people in Estonia, they are really deep into the lifelong learning. When we go back, it's not possible to go back, yeah? Okay, again the same thing. Okay, one more. Okay, let's stay there. And what else I wanted to say here, if you look on the PISA tests, we are on the top in Estonia. Yes, we are. PIAC was told in a morning session here. PIAC, it's adults thing. We are almost in the top. It's like 5, 6, 7 some places. It means we are really, with formal education, we are doing a lot of things in Estonia and we gain out of it. Our people just like learning, I would say like this. We are like crazy about the learning. I don't know, it's coming from the schools, or I think it's coming because we are so small. We do not have option. We should be good on everything what we do, because there is no people just in a country, so many. And as you see, it's a lot of activeness, and that's the real picture. That's not the AI picture. That's the real life in Estonia. That's the real man, and this is the real robot is going on the streets. It's not everywhere, but in some regions it's going like this one. That's the life in Estonia today. What else? This picture is also for your background. How many inhabitants we have in Estonia? 1.3 million, okay. And we have almost like 500,000 learners on the lifelong learning annually. Can you imagine that? 1/4 of everybody, babies till grannies, they are learning something. Why is the question, yeah? Why they do like this? But so it is, and that's the old data. Already the last year was already a little bit bigger again. On top of it, we have like still 1.3 million people, yes? We have 1,400 plus training institutions, mainly private providers. Crazy amount. And those are only those who are registered in official system. On top of that, we have many of those, as we're calling them, lady and cat or men and dog companies who are even not registered, but they are providing trainings, but are also very nice. Not always, but a lot of them are. They are not even registered. What else? 89%, 83% of the private sector are really small ones, because really there is no big institutions on the private providers on the trainings. 3 biggest training providers are universities. What does it mean? It means in Estonia, all our universities already ages, like 30 plus years from the independence times. They are training providers also. It's not the formal part. They have special departments in every university where they are giving like courses. paid courses, you want to know something, to learn something, you are paying, you are coming, and you are like regular training provider, just university is like providing it. And of course, 1/3 of those are quite a short courses what people are going through. It's like one-day courses, like 8 hours or something like this one. This is why it's so many. Okay, that was about background, yeah, 1.3 million, 500,000 different learning actions happening during a year, and really on the top of the PIAC and PISA testing in the formal education or our people. Now we are going closer to microcredentials, and I think so, and I do believe the microcredentials path for Estonia was quite quick, and that's because of our formal education, like success, I would say. People used to learn. We had also very good background on the trainings already, and now micro-credentials came like fresh wind or something to clarify a little bit this mess what we have on the market. We still have it, of course, because we are very much in the beginning of the process. But let's have a quick look. Estonia is quite rare among the European countries, I think, because we have on the law level Adult Education Act, what contains like 6 chapters. It's not a long document. It's about 10 pages only. It's not a long one, but it contains main things, and in the scope you can read it from the slide. On top of that, it belongs to the act, the standard, what is more related to quality assured things, and all the requirements are needed for the curriculums, and all the documents what it's possible to issue. And as it was said in the one sample today also before, we are assessing curriculum groups in our country. It's a little bit different, but it gives, again, kind of middle version. It's not institutional accreditation, it's not a very specific curriculum one, or it's study group, it's in between. We trust a lot our companies and our like providers, but not so much. It's like kind of in a halfway, I would say. It's kind of like really, it's yeah, in between. That's our on the low level documents, 2 of those. And here are the details, as you see. Our, sorry, it's ATC, it's in Estonian language. Our microcredential starts from 5 till 30 ATCs. It means we decided 1 hour is not enough. It's too short, sorry, Australia. But 5 is already okay. And you can have microcredentials on this one. And definitely for us, again, we are, I think, different and a little bit maybe more trustful in Estonia for our providers. Higher education institutions, vocational education institutions can provide microcredentials, but also private institutions can do it. And by the law, it's possible. And we're quite proud on this one, because let's see, the process only starts, but we are really proud we are giving opportunity for this messy market to really to stand out and to show what they are able to do. And I think that will change our training market, actually, this opportunity. Okay, there is more mess, I would say. Universities are using term micro degree in Estonia. It means micro-credential, but they, by the law, it agreed they can use micro degree because it sounds fancy. That's the marketing tool. That's it. It doesn't matter it's something more or less. No, it's pure marketing. It's about communication. I am the background on communication person. And so it is. But the VET and private can use only micro-credential term. That's it. They can't use micro-degree. Only universities can by Estonian law now. Okay, how we implemented it. As you see from the timeline here, all the story starts basically when we got independent. We started with ACT, or this law level was already education, this kind of first Adult Education Act was established. Then about a decade later, it was renewed. Then in 2020, universities started very rapidly to use micro-degree term and do those courses. And people went crazy for this one. They went for their own budgets and own money. They were running into the universities to get these micro degrees. Nobody knows even what it means. There was no law behind. It was just regular training, but named micro degree on something. And people were absolutely like really very keen on this term, and they liked it very much. And then, of course, started the process of the new law, and that's the legislative process what we went through. It started in 2000, let's say 2022 was already like some discussions with stakeholders and so on and so on. We're saying still, it took 4 years from us to get there, to all the legislative part, yeah, to have it by the law, this micro-credentials term, like in Estonian agreements, let's say, on public agreements by the law. And you see the processes, and I was really pleased to hear, it was like stressed today morning already many times, get all the stakeholders in, talk to people, talk to market, talk to universities, talk to the different type of providers. We did it in this process. In this way, I think the legislative process is very good, because partly you should do it, and partly you need to do it because you don't know what you are agreeing otherwise, or what to write in this act. It's really good process. In Estonian case, we said it took too long. 4 years is definitely too long for small Estonia, but it took 4 years. And now we are where? We are here, already 2 months, we have the really act already into force. It's absolutely, for us, was like, whew, finally, finally it's here, because we as agency, quality agency, working on the models already like half or almost a year last year to build it up, everything. And that is now there. Now, the provider rights are like this. For formal education institutions, they are getting those rights quite automatically, because they have went through all the institutional accreditations, they have the already agreed all the quality assured systems in place, and they just register. The registering process is not so simple always, because still the act is new, some new components are there, they are a little bit confused, we are helping them, they are handling it. It means in reality 300 plus micro qualification programs are already today in a system. It means in a two months. It's really quick one. For non-formal, it's not so simple. They should go through quality assessment process, and they should pay for this one by themselves. The payment is not high. It's actually 1,450 euros. It's not high, but it's covering some part of the costs. For now, it's okay, we will handle it, but they should go through and they will do this assessment in the curriculum group or study group, as we told before. Yeah? What else? From September, it's really, as our university is already using micro degrees and micro credentials term already 4 years. Now, from this September, they are actually forbidden to do it if they haven't had this registration process done. Now it's like by law, it's the term what is used, and they can't use just, it's like, I don't know, it's like training program named just like this, like a micro degree on something. If it's micro degrees, then it's micro degree, and it should be like in our system and registered. This is the page where we are now. Yeah, today is what, June? Yes, no, yes, still June. It's very much now on our tables. What else will happen? Our forecast is on the even on now the June, July, August for formal institutions for higher education. It's kind of vacation time. It's they are not so active, but probably 100 or couple of hundred of the those micro degree and micro-credential programs will be added on our info system. It's called like Estonian Educational Information System. It's digital platform where they should register it. Then in September, it will be alive already, those micro degree and the micro qualification programs. And 2026 beginning, we'll start the first micro qualification program, what will be provided by a private training company. And why I know? Because it's last week came in the first private company with the all the payments and wish to have like all this assessment process in. It means for us, we can have it like 6 months in a process. Latest in January, they will start with the first as private provider. And that's the great thing. And we can guess already it's coming those private providers with those micro-credentials wishes to us. Okay, what else? Yes, with the IT solutions, of course it's challenging always. It's expensive, it takes time, it's a little bit messy, but we also started to build all the registration and application system on existing information system, but it takes now development, of course, time. And one of my team members is also in the process and helping from our side to have it as it should be. Also, our agency, that's Haka, is our agency, will do some communication and supportive materials mainly for providers, not for the learners. For the learners, ministry asked another agency to do it or company, and we will do some communication to the providers how all the micro credentials, these processes are going and what they should do, and some information is there. My colleague Trine made just on the morning session some about the assessment tool, quality assessment tool, some session there. But just for you as a teaser to watch later on the slides, it's here. For private providers, just we have like really built a tool, and there is the two main components. It's quite tough self-analysis, and then it's like experts or commission, where we also have the labor market representative in this small commission of experts. But again, links very well to the morning session wishes to have those labor market people involved to this one. To be clear, it's really needed for the labor market, and it's reasonable to do there. 50 seconds, that's it.
I'm really impressed. Thank you very much. Keep it, because we have now, I think, a lot of questions. Questions, comments, compliments in Estonian. We will take it all. Oh, Jesus Christ. So the lady was first, so maybe, yeah, you start.
Thank you. From Australia, I would comment, many of us think 1 hour isn't enough, but I actually wanted to ask, if the universities use micro degree, is that longer than 5 hours?
No, exactly the same. Okay. 5 till 30, and they can choose it themselves, how long it is or how short, but usually it is longer.
Yeah, because it's a very short degree.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you.
It's the ATCs, it's not hours, it's ATCs. It's one ATC is in Europe 26 hours.
Okay, so is that, so when they offer the degree, is that actually credit bearing? Could they then use that to articulate into a macro degree?
If I understood correctly, they are not like on the formal studies. It's not part of the formal studies. Right. They are all micro-credentials in Estonia are the lifelong learners, all of them. But they are just learning next to the university or in university in the training centers, let's say like this. Teachers are just the university people.
Thank you.
In the best case.
The lady from the right, yes.
Thank you. On the slide with the gentleman and the robot, you had 64 as the age limit, top age limit.
It's actually not a limit, it's the statistics.
So people older than 64 can also take part?
Absolutely. We have quite popular in Estonia this Seniors Academy, I think it's in translation, or university called. And yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that goes till they can move. Yeah. Basically, yeah. But statistics.
Till the end, it's not so optimistic, but okay. Yes, and yeah, here. Yeah.
My question is about these private providers. They should be from Estonia, or it's open to all EU countries?
Now it comes.
Or can they provide also online training, or what is
Okay, that's the situation for now in Estonia. We built a tool for quality assessment, all this stuff. Latest next year, we will start to build tool for international market. Okay. That's the answer, probably. That was the marketing part now.
From when it will be open?
Let's see. Please contact me. Okay. If you really have interest. But really, that's the future, because we know it's in many countries, because it's European standards everywhere, what you are using. Our agency is like part of the European agencies and also like accredited and everything. And there is interest for some countries.
But they are going to stay European or worldwide? Also, this is...
It will be because we are a European agency, and it's done by European standards. Okay. And if it's good for whatever country, then so it is. But it will be European standard based, the model.
Okay. And what about visa? And because, for instance, some universities can provide visa, yeah? When you are from abroad, from not European countries, you can come for studying. But what about these micro degrees? Can they obtain visa or not? What do you think about it, or not? You haven't thought
we
about
haven't had discussions about this one, because it's just like adult training.
Okay.
And you should arrange yourself opportunities to be there. And for now, it's even not in this loan process, as we also heard in a morning session. Study loan is also in Estonia not yet on microcredentials.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's maybe a little bit too early to answer.
Thank you. And Konrad Romaniuk, National Europass and Euroguidance Center of the Erasmus Plus and all the other letters. Just what makes us close, because we are a part of the National Agency of the Erasmus Plus and several other. Thank you very much. It's good to have a partner, around in Europe that is much more developed about European-based credentials, which we are just starting to implement in Poland, mostly thanks to Michał and the Institute and the team. Thank you for this inspiring presentation. And once again, it's keep comes from me a couple of times this morning, that if you could define one or two, good thoughts that we could carry out of this room to help mainstream micro-credentials in the ecosystem that we are all living in, despite all the bubbles that we are share or don't share, and so on. Just to make something a little bit universal for us to remember, since we have the best brains about micro-credentials in the room today and in this place. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe it's our advantage today, but legislation, this process gave for us a lot of tools and needs and discussions in a room and outside the rooms and even in sauna. Wherever, because it gives like need to talk about it and to discuss and argue what it is, what it isn't, how we want to proceed in Estonia. And I think this process was very good, but definitely already after 4 years, as I said, it started actually 4 years ago, basically. We already have the list what we should change, some small details, but this is the legislation and law stuff. It's always like this. When it's like already in force, you already have a list with the changes on the left side, and that's, I think, okay. Exactly. But that really gave a lot of good ground for this one, I would say. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, the last question.
Cool. My question is about universities as well. So university, there's a lot changing in the university space with more tuition fees and students struggling to admit to universities and universities struggling with the cash flow and also with the change of AI and how learning is changing for people. And so that's good to see that universities are experimenting with micro-credentials in different ways. But what do you think it will take to take universities to the next level of engagement with credentials? What I mean is to having degrees as a digital credential, to being able to count your digital credentials into credits towards a formal degree. What will it take for universities to make that next brave jump?
Thank you for a question. I have been working in university, but not now, not for now. Universities are very, how to say, slow and smart, as I saying to it. Slow and smart. In Estonia, we have opportunity. Our university and higher education, we do not have tuition fees. It's paid by state. It means our youngsters, even me, not very young person, we can have free of charge education on bachelor, on master, on doctoral level, yeah? And that gives, I think, additional value, and they are ready to pay for micros. That's the thing, but change, I think it's the game changer a little bit. And today, universities still very much earning on micro-credentials as additional budgets and monetary, just so it is. But I think where they are going on the next level, in my dreams, they should go a little bit deeper why they are doing it. Yeah, again, Australia, thank you. But really, why they are doing and how to make it like full degree, like value, or where it ends, where it starts. They are still in process with this one. Mm-hmm.
Okay, Anastasia.
Sorry.
Time's up, but okay.
Sorry, can I?
Oh, yeah, okay, last question. Okay.
No, but it was not a question, maybe just to react as a reply to your question.
So the comments, not the question. Okay. Yes.
Okay. No, just I wanted to say that for higher education institutions, I think it's a very good opportunity to bridge this gap that there was or there is in some cases with industry. Like, for example, higher education academia, they have their own kingdom, if I may. So there have been quite often some criticisms, like the idea that even in the academic world, it should reach out more to the labor market, to the industry perspective. So perhaps with the micro-credentials phenomenon, it's a new opportunity for higher education institutions to become the providers of training, because they have the knowledge, the methodology, they can do it, but they can come closer to the industry, to the companies, so they can work together more. I think this is important as a benefit to capture.
Yeah. Thank you for the comment, because this one also started, because a lot of programs are a little bit the same as it was discussed before. They are ordered from, some companies are ordering from universities the course, the micro degree, just specifically. Actually, it's closed for the public, but so it goes. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Katrin Mark. Thank you very much. Thank you. Our final speaker today is the Goldilocks of educational policy. Not too much, not too little, just right. Please welcome Stuart Martin. Oh. Stuart, if you need. Okay. Please be gentle.
Thank you very much for having me here today. Apologies for the notes. I had that brainwave of rewriting the entire speech this morning, so we'll see how it goes. But I wanted to talk today about kind of public policy and micro-credentials, and how micro-credentials need public policy to kind of survive or get recognized for the formal credentials. We'll have that argument about non-formal and informal at the end with the questions. But to say a bit about what I do, so George Angus Consulting is based in New Zealand, the birthplace of micro-credentials, I'll say. And we kind of work in micro-credentials, digital credentials, and that kind of wider vocational education space. Today I'm looking to talk about some of the research we've done with New Zealand in micro-credentials and how that has changed over the years for the better and for the worse, and lessons that can be learned from that, along with newer policies of micro-credentials, including the Philippines and India, and how they might have, and how not being the first person to create micro-credential policy can be a good thing from learning and like lifelong learning and lessons learned from there. Yes, it will. Down. Okay, yep. So I wanted to ask about, do we need public policy on micro-credentials at all? And obviously the answer is yes, but I wanted to talk a bit about some of the research that we've done in that space. So in New Zealand, for an employer's perspective, by having the micro-credentials on the register as part of the New Zealand qualifications framework, it meant that the employers might not know what a micro-credential is, but they do understand what a credit is. And as New Zealand micro-credentials are all credited, they're all leveled, and they're all on that framework, it makes a difference to an employer in understanding the value, because they understand what a credit is, so they can make that connection and they can see that value piece from there, which kind of ties into that recognition piece of by having a micro-credential on the framework, and having it legislated as the New Zealand definition is, it provides wider and broader recognition, and it makes it easier to stack credentials if you want to. You get your credits. It can be you get your it's all kind of the same as the learning outcomes, the wider qualifications. So it just makes it easier for learners, for employers to really understand that value piece. From the research we've done, it's kind of been good and bad from how it's kind of developed. At the beginning, it was a much more comprehensive process. So if you see here, New Zealand, I think, was the first country in the world to have micro-credentials on its framework. So we had them put in 2018. And what the original definition was that micro-credentials are between 5 and 40 credits, so 50 to 400 hours, and they couldn't have any content in a micro-credential which already existed in a qualification. That has changed since, so this new definition has been adapted. So it went from 5 credits to lower down to 1 credit, so from 10 hours to 400 hours. Content can be replicated because at the end of the day, there's so much content that can be adapted and edited in. It needs that process. So it has kind of developed. It's meant to be there to be small standalone awards. It has to feature learning outcomes. It has to feature assessment of those outcomes. And it has to have community or industry engagement. So when you're creating your micro-credential, you have to get written statements from industry groups and all the community to say that they endorse the micro-credential and they think it's valuable and they see the need for it. So you have to have that to then have that micro-credential put onto the framework. It's then reviewed every 1 to 3 years for currency. So any micro-credential that exists today probably shouldn't be on the framework in 5 or 10 years' time in the same format. It's probably changed to either be merged within a qualification, the skills no longer needed, or some of the learning outcomes or the assessment has changed to make it more valuable to the learners as they are at that point in time. Where there's been the issue is there's still quite low numbers. So you have funding for micro-credentials via the Tertiary Education Commission, but you can't have a student loan for micro-credentials. So there is that current restriction. You're still only getting maybe 6,000 to 8,000 learners a year doing micro-credentials that are funded. We're a country of 5 million, and there's about 600 micro-credentials on the register at the moment. So it's not really developed as much as people wanted. Part of that is because New Zealand's vocational sector has had a lot of change. So in 2020 to 2023, we had a massive reform of vocational education where all of the polytechnics merged together. We had new quality assurance bodies that were created, and then it's been about having those stood up and understanding the concepts. While we have a really good and strong policy for micro-credentials, the quality assurance piece, which kind of ties in quite nicely with the last presentation. There's not that much publicly stated about the quality assurance piece. So we have the New Zealand Qualifications Authority, who are the regulator, and they do quality assurance. But then they also have, at the moment, workforce development councils, who are industry-led bodies, and they are the ones who will review a micro-credential as well and see if it should be approved to be onto the register. And each of those have their own policies or their own understandings of the piece. So in terms of kind of consistency, validity, it's a bit all over the place right now. We're also having another major vocational education reform starting in January. So again, it's that thing of we've not had a stable market to kind of continue this and kind of pushing it through a bit more. The marketing is still also a bit all over the place. Most people still don't understand what a micro-credential is, which is why the importance of having it on the framework legislated at least gives us those levels and that understanding for employers. But it's still very much, in my opinion, whilst it was created in 2018, we're probably still stuck in about 2020, 2021 in terms of its definition and its understanding, which leads me nicely into the Philippines. So the Philippines is a really interesting case in that from the end of last year to about a couple of months ago, they've created and launched 2 new policies, one on the vocational education side and one on the higher education side relating to micro-credentials. They're both slightly different, but they're really interesting in terms of how they've decided to use previous definitions and understandings, such as the New Zealand model, the Australian model, and they've kind of built on these. So their vocational side are using the UNESCO 2022 definition of a micro-credential, but then they've added in these extra terms. So it's meant to be bundling, rebundling. So with a bundling, that means that you can take many different micro-credentials and you can bundle them together into a shell qualification. So you can then have, so if they all kind of fit in the same level or credit area, you can bundle your learning together and create your own qualification of showing the validity or the understanding of what you've been able to achieve over a set period of time. The rebundling is where you can do the same thing, but from multiple different institutions. So if you are deciding as a learner over a few years, you're doing bits here and there, you can stack them together in this way into a shell qualification to make it a bit clearer and giving you a bit more recognition in the marketplace. The standalone micro-credentials are ones where they're not ones which are stackable. They are more kind of skill-based, lifelong learning side of things, whereas the bundling and the rebundling micro-credentials are more national regulated micro-credentials. The supermarket of competencies, which is my new favorite term because I think it's brilliant, is one where you have individual learning outcomes and you have different competency and skill sets, and it's a way for learners to search and understand what's out there, what exists, and how can they access those elements and kind of learn from that. Unbundling, as you can probably imagine, is taking something that's larger, that's more of a macro qualification, and seeing if you can break that down into smaller bite-sized bits and learn those elements that are most relevant to you. It also mentions specifically in the policy about different modes of delivery. So with a lot of micro-credentials, it's always been seen as online only, or it's mostly online, whereas this definition states that it can be face-to-face, it can be online, it can be distance, it can be hybrid, and it's just making that clear so that employers, learners, training providers can make that choice and do what they think is best for the content area that they have. In the higher education side, which got published a couple of months later, what they have done is it's very much tailored to lifelong learning, but whilst a lot of it is listed as lifelong learning, it's also stackable within degrees, and that's stackable within bachelor's, master's, doctorate. So you can take any micro-credentials you take within a higher education institution. they are starting to allow that stacking into any degree that you decide to take within kind of the limitations of particular universities. But it's really interesting how they're kind of growing and developing based off of previous models and improving on it. It can be at any level of the university framework, and they are between 1 and 30 credits, which is 17 to 510 hours. To compare that to New Zealand, the higher education sector there all use the NZQA definition of a micro-credential, but they don't really do many micro-credentials, and they're only stackable to help kind of postgraduate certificates. You can't stack a micro-credential in New Zealand into a bachelor's degree. It's still very much just a postgrad thing, and there's still not that much interest, I would say, or into higher education in New Zealand building that up, which is a bit surprising in some ways. I wanted to then talk about the UK to kind of compare, in that the UK has nothing. There are no definitions. So the UK is broken down, is devolved into England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. I have spoken to all of them, and there's nothing right now. The vocational sector, there is one awarding organisation in the vocational side who do create micro-credentials, but they are just their own version. They are about 2 to 4 hours in duration. They don't have credit. It's more kind of helping particular employers. The higher education side, some of the universities do create micro-credentials, but it's very much just on an ad hoc basis. There's no kind of consistency of approach. There's no set definitions. A lot of them aren't brilliant, to put it mildly. Others are kind of trying to tailor it and work with industry to create micro-credentials that work. But again, it comes down to understanding of what a micro-credential is. And I think without that piece of legislation or national definition, people just don't want to take the risk. I've spoken to most of the awarding organisations in the UK who are focused on their vocational side. They all know about micro-credentials, they're all interested in them, but they don't know necessarily what to do, and they don't want to start developing material, creating these things, to then have the government create a definition which does something completely different, and they have to start from scratch or not have credit or anything else. So it's that thing of there's interest, but there's absolutely nothing going on because nobody knows how to define it, call it, and do something with it, which is a shame because there's like 65 million people there and it could be quite useful. Cut to India. India launched in 2023 their own micro-credential policy. They've called it more narrowly focused than traditional degrees or qualifications, accommodating both broad subjects and specialised areas. The national occupational standards in India are between 1 credit, which is 30 hours of learning. So they say anything that's under 30 hours of learning could be classed as a micro-credential. In November 24, draft guidelines came out around credit-bearing micro-credentials, which you can use to stack towards degrees. So for normal universities, they've said it can be stacked to up to 50% of a degree, and in their skills-focused, it's usually up to 60%, but in exceptional circumstances, it can go up to 70%. They also now have a register for micro-credentials in India. There aren't too many on there. I think a lot of them seem to be more focused in a state-by-state basis, and it's, especially as it's only begun in November last year, there's still work to be done with the sector skills councils out there to begin developing them, but there's interest and progress, and they're wanting to kind of do more in this space. Another thing that they are discussing at the moment is it's called a bank of credits, where learners can, I suppose, put into the bank the credits they've earned from vocational university, wherever they want, with credits in there, and they can stay there for for a minimum of 7 years, and they can use those to then stack towards larger degrees or qualifications, and it's a way to keep learners wanting to do that lifelong learning or getting that interest and building up capability. So there's all of this, which as brilliant. It's not happened yet. It's still kind of in the policy stage, but they are trying to make it a bit more open and trying to build a bit more into that space and see what can happen and how much interest there is with the new sector skills councils, which have been launched in India in the last year. That's another way that they're hoping to build interest in micro-credentials and have the sector skills councils helping leading the way with different sectors to build up capability and capacity. One thing I forgot to mention about the Philippines is they've explicitly mentioned in their definition about digital credentials and saying that the development of digital credentials is as important as the development of micro-credentials in terms of how it's designed, the framework and everything around it. So the Philippines are very much future focused and trying to make sure that it works from a micro and digital credentialing side. Which kind of brings me to the what's next. For me, the national policies is, I don't mind if it's a national policy or a regional policy or a global policy, as long as there's kind of something there for particularly employers to be able to see and understand what it does. A national policy, I think, is usually the best way because every country, there's probably a lot of broad similarities, but there's also, we all have our own foibles and ways of doing things. It might be a different name, it might be, as we saw with the Philippines and the supermarket of competencies, there's different things around it, and it helps employers and learners understand it clearer if it is their own policy and their own way of doing things and having it on the framework. New Zealand did do a good job of, it used to be called the New Zealand Qualifications Framework. They changed that to the New Zealand Qualifications and Credentials Framework. So they tried to make it very clear that credentials hold significant value for them and making that clear to employers and to learners. So it's about trying to, national organizations, trying to make it very clear that credentials hold value to them and to kind of industry in general. There is that option of kind of regional policies or global policies as well, but I think they don't necessarily hold as much weight. I think they're a good starting off point, but you need something national, ideally in legislation, like Estonia and New Zealand have done, to make it very clear what's happening and how that can be built and designed to incorporate those needs. There are obviously risks with some of this stuff, like with what Estonia did, where they kind of created it, and then there's a whole other load of things that they want to kind of change within that legislation. So New Zealand created a very broad piece of legislation, which then the New Zealand Qualifications Authority can then create their own one based off of that and adapt it that way. So there's those options potentially that can work in this space. And then it comes to the recognition, the industry, and trying to build up industry need and interest in this is essential from the industries that we've kind of spoken to with this research. They understand bits of it, but I think it's just getting as many case studies and pieces of research out there as possible to make it clear what the value piece is to industry, to learners, to everyone, and kind of build that up. So I think it's getting there, but I think there are other countries where New Zealand was great, but I think it's just, again, kind of just updating and kind of reviewing itself in the same way that they review micro-credentials and just keeping updated, looking at what's out there, talking to the market, and just trying to improve constantly, that kind of constant improvement, that lifelong learning in a way. So yeah, thank you very much for taking the time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Stuart. So, ladies and gentlemen, final chance to ask a question before we wrap the day. Who's first? Okay. Please.
Could expand on the risks, because so far we've heard how nice it is and how useful, but the risks are there. What would you say about that a bit more? Okay.
So in New Zealand, what they've done is they created a micro-credential system, which was great, but then they started updating other parts of the vocational system, and I don't think they were looking at what was in the micro-credential system as well. So in New Zealand, we have unit standards, which are blocks of learning outcomes focused on a particular subject area they've now created skill standards, which are an updated version of that. But what they've done is you can stack unit standards or skill standards into a micro-credential, and a skill standard can be the same size as a micro-credential. So it then becomes that question of what's the point in going for a micro-credential, which might be more expensive, if you can just do a skill standard? What's the difference between them? And there is no difference apart from the name of it and the cost. So it's that thing of trying to make sure that you're looking at the whole ecosystem rather than just one part of it, because that's where there's been issues in the New Zealand side, at least, of they just haven't kind of looked at each other, which, yeah, isn't ideal.
So false start is one of the risks?
Yeah, I'd say so, and just kind of making it looking at everything holistically, not looking at micro-credentials in isolation, but looking at it as one part of the broader ecosystem. And that kind of also ties in with like the wider recognition piece, and how can you ensure that there is that piece of value within a micro-credential, and making it clear that, as I think there was earlier in these sessions, the why is it here, what's the point of it, and making that very clear, because for some of these, it doesn't make sense.
Okay, thank you. Oh, yes, okay, Wendy.
Thank you. My question is about what you were looking at in India and the ability for students to do 50% of a degree through micro-credentials. So it's two parts to the question. One, can they take those micro-credentials at different institutions and then take them to another institution and they will recognise it?
So at the moment, probably not, but I think that's where they came up with the bank of credits, in terms of, I think that's where they're thinking if they can create that and get that established, that's how learners will be able to do that.
Okay, thank you. And then my second part of the question was, in Australia, we're having an ongoing argument about, because quite a lot of universities are also offering bankable credit, but then when they go to cash it in, they're then being told, but you also have to meet the entry requirements. And that's quite that could be quite difficult, because their argument is, well, I've done half the degree, surely I've met the entry requirement. But then there's people within the universities who are saying we need to protect the quality or the trust, so you didn't have a bachelor's degree, so therefore you can't use it. And I'm just wondering if India had thought about that aspect of, if it's bankable, does it also guarantee you entry?
So it's not bankable yet. That's something that it's a policy that they're beginning to develop. So it's not been enacted yet. So I think that's probably, it's a good thing to begin kind of asking those questions of. I don't think at the moment I've seen anything in any of the documents around that in terms of guaranteeing that entry. So I imagine it's probably going to be similar to Australia, at least at present, where they would have to fulfill the entry requirements. But hopefully they can, again, learn from the lessons of Australia or learn from others and change.
I'm going to say DRATS, because I was hoping there was somewhere in the world that was actually allowing bankable credit to be entry.
Yeah,
thank you.
Fingers crossed.
Okay, thank you. Who's next? We have 4 minutes. Oh, yeah, okay. Here we are. Thank you.
Thanks, Stuart. And the line that will stick with me from this talk is, UK has nothing.
Yeah, I think all of us, yeah.
And that's interesting, and it's nice. It's interesting to see how different nations has approached this new way of capturing learning, and it goes beyond the countries that you had on the slide, the ones that we heard. And I wonder what makes different nations click differently, take it differently. Is it the organizations in the country, or is it basically the culture and there's nothing to do about it? Is it the way that the governments approach it? What makes it different? How can you change it? In your opinion,
I think smaller countries seem to be able to do it better because they can maybe not have fun with it, but maybe have a bit more fun with it in terms of, like, New Zealand only has 5 million people. It had less back in 2018. So I think they kind of had maybe more flexibility or opportunities to make some changes, because if they didn't end up working so well. Yeah, it's easier because you're not necessarily affecting tons of people. Whereas I think, and there's probably a lot less bureaucracy in some of the smaller countries in terms of how those are developed, with countries like England where it's much more bureaucratic and there's a lot more hoops to kind of go through. It's probably a bit more difficult to build that in. But I think there's also that culture of countries where there's maybe more vocational focus to university focus. It's really interesting that New Zealand and Australia are two of the few countries, I think, in the world where the vocational sector has many more micro-credentials than the higher education sector. It's really significantly more, whereas the majority of the world, I think, are probably a bit more focused on the higher ed sector, at least in the formal side, which is, yeah, very different. So I don't know if that's just because New Zealand and Australia have maybe a stronger vet sector, or they have just more ability to adapt quicker because of the way that those qualification authorities and agencies have been able to undertake things in the past. It might be a mixture of those things. But yeah, it is interesting how that is quite different, especially kind of going from region to region. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. 2 minutes, so we have a chance for a last question. Okay. Yeah, excuse me.
No problem at all.
He was first one, so.
Thanks. I was just going to make a comment on the last question, really, and just so at Coursera, working across higher education systems across the world, we see a huge impact when a country recognizes micro-credentials in their national policy. So the great example is India. So since those changes have happened and as they're ongoing, it just becomes totally different through the eyes of universities when they look at how to integrate micro-credentials into the system. And to give a contrast, the UK is the complete opposite. So when talking to the UK about micro-credentials and what they might do with external micro-credentials into the system, it is really difficult because they don't have anything to view them through. They can't relate it to anything in their own reality in the same way. So just a comment, really.
Thank you.
Okay. Still we have a chance. We have 1 minute. Would you? Yeah?
Thanks a lot. Once again, Conrad Romano, National Europass and Euro Guidance Center. I skipped the question that I used to set from the beginning, but having an exclusive occasion to talk with a person with your overview, I would ask what would be your general insight about the possible development of this movement, having the knowledge about the legal regulations, having the knowledge about us here and the movement going outside of this room any second we talk, knowing all the trends that we are being confronted with, like international, policy imponderables that we are all have to be aware in terms of education and wider in case of security, immigration, possible crisis situation, and so on. Would you be so kind, to put a couple of sentences of futuristic vision that you already feel, and would you be so kind to express a little bit for inspiring the people in the room? Thank you.
Yeah, great question. I think there's maybe more hope in terms of, I've seen a lot of other countries who are very slowly but starting to develop policies. So countries like Saudi Arabia and others are beginning to develop policies. It might be a bit of a slow burn, but there's a lot of countries who are looking into this. It's more, I think, taking that next step and building it up. So I've got probably more hope that more national policies are happening. Whether they're comparable to each other is the other thing. So your comment about migration and portability, I think, is really key in terms of making sure that, I think, having things national legislated, it just helps with that portability between borders. I think the idea of those digital credentials, holding those micro-credentials, especially if you have forced migration in a hurry or something, you've got at least something there which is credible and available for people to use if they need to. So I think there's maybe more hope at the moment, but I think it's just, again, waiting for more of those national policies to get into place, because that, I think, will be the game changer in terms of helping that recognition piece, and that can lead to, like, the digital credentials. Philippines made it clear in their policy that digital credentials are as important as micro-credentials, and it needs to be thought of together and having that kind of holding each other and building it in. So yeah, I'd say there's hope. It's just a slow burn, but I think in maybe the next 2 or 3 years, you'll hopefully see a lot more national policies out there. Whether they're comparable is that's another question.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. Thank you all for sticking with us. I hope that you're living today with more ideas, more connections, and perhaps even maybe few micro credentials worth turning into micro collaborations. Tomorrow we continue. I tell you here what is coming. The future of higher education. It will be tomorrow in the main hall, so in this place, responding to labor market needs, room technology, and the future of school education, room science. This is the plan for tomorrow. Teraz przejdę na polski. Szanowni Państwo, bardzo pięknie dziękuję za ten pierwszy dzień, nasz wspólny pierwszy dzień. Jutro, tak jak powiedziałem, kontynuujemy dalsze myślenie i przede wszystkim dzielenie się doświadczeniami, wspaniałymi ideami dotyczącymi mikropoświadczeń. Nowe kierunki rozwoju szkolnictwa wyższego to tu w tej sali, odpowiedź na potrzeby rynku pracy, to tak jak już mówiłem w sali Technology, no i przyszłość edukacji szkolnej. Ta sesja odbędzie się w sali Science. A ja Państwu za dziś bardzo serdecznie dziękuję i mówię do zobaczenia jutro. Dzięki.